es enfrente de la reja. Si subimos al auditorio, la escalera de atrás de caracol es la salida de emergencia, por favor. Bienvenidos y muchas gracias.
Muy buenos días a todas y a todos. Mi nombre es Primavera Telles Girón, soy profesora de la Universidad Autónoma Metropolitana y estamos comenzando el segundo día de trabajos de audiencia del Tribunal de los Pueblos sobre asesinatos a periodistas.
Murder of journalists. Today, we thank Priscila Pacheco and Temoris Greco for being here. They changed the schedule. They were supposed to be yesterday, but they are going to present now. And we also have our panel of judges, Madame Almudena Bernabeu, the Tribunal's prosecutor, and we will begin with the declarations of the second day. Let us now see who's in the panel of judges today. We have Philippe Techier from France, who is a judge today. We have Martina Forti from Italy, Marcela Turati from Mexico, and Gianni Tognoni, who is the president of the People's Permanent Tribunal. Let us begin. We ask Temoris Greco and Priscila to come over to present. Good morning. In the first place, I'm very sorry for the delay of yesterday. We were waiting to hear your witness, but without further ado, we will begin with you having the floor. Please introduce yourselves one by one for the judges and tell us some about yourself. I know that you, Temoris, have worked. I'm sorry, there's a lot of noise, but you were investigating on the different patterns of crimes with photo documentaries for books as well in that subject. So you have the experience and you have lived that attacks on journalism yourself. So could you please introduce yourselves and could you please talk about the work you do with the violence against journalists? Thank you. So first we introduce, right? Good morning. My name is Priscila Pacheco. I'm a daughter of journalist Pacheco Beltran. Now I represent my mother Veronica, who is here with us, my sister Paloma, and my brother Alain, who were indirect victims of violations against our human rights and indirect victims of the murder of our father. My name is Temoris Greco. I come from Ojos de Pelo Corto Collective. Since 2015, when Moises Sanchez Cerezo was murdered, we have been throughout the country. We have been documenting the loss of lives, and we have organized several types of work. We have published a book. We filmed a documentary on the case of Pacheco. Maybe Priscila would be able to tell us about the circumstances about the murder of your father. Indeed, I will begin by saying that on the 25th of April at 6:05 a.m., the life of Francisco Pacheco was taken with shots in Taxco del Arcon in the state of Guerrero. Minutes after we said goodbye at the bus station, I was the last person who saw him alive. His life was taken for someone who, up to today, has no name or face. My father was a journalist for more than 25 years. He was an engineer and a journalist by conviction. He believed in democracy and the freedom of speech. He made investigation journalism on public administration. He criticized the mismanagement of public resources, that is to say, the money of the government. Particularly, there is an appendix that's called Branch 33 with regard to infrastructure of the municipality. He used the official media to obtain information to know how that money was spent and who were involved in that spending. He also did some research with regard to the tabloid journalism. So in Guerrero, in the state of Guerrero, back then organized crime was arising, and he had his own column, which was called The Last Column, that was its name, and he wrote there in a sarcastic way his opinion with regard of the government, of what they were doing. And he had founded the Guerrero Overview, a newsletter, and then he founded Forum 2000 in that year 2000, and then Forum Tasco, which it was a print media. We had our own machinery, our own printers, so we had to do that journalistic work. All the family members participated in the creation of that newspaper. In the previous weeks, previous to his murder, we had a column that was referring to the police patrols that were abandoned and were useless. Later, the night before his assassination, he was investigating a shooting nearby. In his last note, he made a reference to 3 million embezzlement of the municipal president. That edition of the newsletter was only digital because the next morning the newspaper didn't exist anymore because he was murdered. It's worth mentioning that this media was independent, it's local, but it was distributed throughout the northern part of the state of Guerrero, such as Pilcaya, Tasco, and Tupac. And it even arrived at the Congress of the state. It was given there in the governmental offices and at different places. And it even got to Chicago. It arrived to the community of Guerrero, of people from Guerrero in Chicago. So there were many, many readers. That was my father's job. We had our own media, and he worked for the radio as well, which was called Radio Capital in the city of Chilpancingo. He was correspondent of the north of Guerrero. He worked for the newspaper Sol de Acapulco. He was a correspondent of the northern part of the state. And I also want to mention that, as I said at first, he believed strongly in democracy. He started talking about the elections. He became part of the electoral committee of the electoral institutions. He worked for the 2015 elections, corresponding to the northern part of the state. And he made a call to vote, but he was censored because of this. He always encouraged a free vote, a secret vote, and he was censored because of this. Up to now, unfortunately, we don't have any sort of evidence of him being threatened or any proof that he was being attacked or anything. Maybe he hid this information, but on the 25th of April, when he died, as I mentioned, the investigation was the jurisdiction of the prosecutor of Guerrero, and we need to understand Guerrero's violent context because this is a state that today is a red alert zone with a lot of kidnappings, extortion, murder, and so forth. There are many gangs and organized crime there. So the Guerrero Prosecutor's Office had to deal with the case, but the FIADLE, the Federal Prosecutor for Crimes Against Journalists, claimed jurisdiction. So I went to the office. I had to bear witness and recognize his body. And there was this first conflict. Sorry, one question. When was that? The same year, 2016. He died on the 25th, and the FIADLE took the case on the 29th. But we started our declarations with the Public Prosecutor's Office of the state 3 days afterwards. On the fourth day, FIADLE claimed jurisdiction, and we had to repeat everything we had done. And we were supposed to do that again. The protection mechanism called us asking for my father, but he was already dead. They gave us an emergency number and told us if there's anything happening, call this number. Well, we made our declaration. Then the public prosecutor, who was called Nájera, came to the general attorney, and they told us that everything was all right, that everything was going to be okay, we will have the support of the authorities. But that very same afternoon, someone tried to enter into our address. An armed person tried to do so. We called the authorities, nobody ever answered. On the 7th of May, some people arrived at my home and they told me that I had to go. And if I didn't, the next killing would be me. That if I didn't want my sisters and brothers to be dead, I had to go. We also had a convenience store, so I gave them some beer. They left, but they told me, this is coming from above. I don't know who's from above, but that's what they told me. So we had to flee Guerrero on the 11th of May at 5 a.m., as if we were the criminals. I called the number of the mechanism, the protection mechanism. Nobody answered. I called the CEA app. They told me that there were no resources. I called FIADLE, and they told me that's not within the scope of our powers. Nobody helped us. We had to run away on our own. And we had this police patrol with two policemen. I showed my badge claiming that I was under the mechanism, and the policemen told me that they had fuel for 20 kilometers. That's it. Afterwards, it was our responsibility. Can I interrupt you for a moment? So I want to understand the timeline. So the FIADLE told you that it was not under the scope of their powers, even though they had claimed jurisdiction on your case. What exactly wasn't under the scope of their powers? Our security. It wasn't their faculty to help us flee. They probably have the powers to provide security. I had this document that identified me as being under the protection of the mechanism, so I had the right to several things. But on that day, they told us we had to go to the CIMEFO, because that was in the city of Iguala, and it's very common in Guerrero that when somebody is shot and when the people are called in front of the facilities. So nobody was there. When we arrived at the Institute of Forensic Sciences, nobody was there. So on the day of the funeral, there were armed men at the pantheon, at the graveyard. But fortunately, we didn't go there. The authority, and this is important, the authority allowed for the cremation of our father when it's a crime. And in case of crimes such as murder, you cannot burn, you cannot cremate the body. We didn't know that back then. We didn't know what we could do and what we couldn't. But of course, we were going through a very difficult moment. So after the first few years, we started having contact with Article 19, and we asked for information with regard to our case, what were the measures in place, and there were none. This happened in April, and in August, we had contact with Article 19, and they made an analysis of all the situation we had been through. There was no economic or security, safety support, not at all. So they carried out the analysis. They called them protection mechanism, and they told them, oh yes, they are under the mechanism. But we didn't know that. So Article 19 says that they will make the analysis to give us more measures. So we went to a place with a lot of people, and the authorities told me, if you want the measures, you have to live in a place where you're not putting more people at risk. So you have to go. So I had to look for a place where we are displaced, with a place where they would allow us to place the measures. So we attended the first board of government. We came here to Mexico City, and we had this frustrating meeting because they asked us consistently, what have you done to be in the situation you're now? What have you done? Why are you at risk? So we were re-victimized. They were judging us. And I want to say that mentally, we were really bad. We were going through a lot back then. And we're still suffering from that. So after many hours, and thanks to Artículo 19, Article 19, we got some measures applied to us. We had the basic measures, the panic button, security cameras, a lock, very basic measures. Afterwards, on the first anniversary of his death, we placed some messages to demand justice in our home in Tasco. And some people took them. And the prosecutor told us, well, you should take the videos of your cameras and we can say that this happened. So back then I told them, how can I do that? If it's someone with his face hidden who had the courage to go to my home and look at the camera, how can I do that? After some struggle, we were able to get the public prosecutor's office to do that, but they didn't have the tools to obtain the videos. So the person who was in charge of our home told them, if I give you 200 pesos, you will tell everyone that you know this person. I don't know, that you know this address or whatever. We knew that. We went to the office. We went to the prosecutor Del Pozo. We told him what happened, and he said, well, we will verify that. So the first 4 files of the investigation are just memos. The authority of Guerrero requests this person to declare about that. So we made this investigation, and that happened like 5 times. The questions were: did you know if Francisco Pacheco had any other family? Do you know if Francisco Pacheco had an extramarital relationship? Do you know if he had problems with his wife? There was no investigation with regard to his journalist work. So we're talking about the prosecutors of Fiadler, is that right? That they had the power. Yes, our file is still the scope of Fiadle. This is important because back then we had the other inquisitorial system, and they had to make this prior inquiry. For 6 years, we couldn't get any access to the file because of the argument that they were protecting the victims. Well, the victims were us, but anyway. So we had to use a writ of amparo to obtain copies of the file. They gave us the first 4 parts and the 5th part that was recently opened. So we have been dealing with 4 different offices, the first of which never did anything. All the information we gave was useful. They were sanctioned with the firing. It's the highest punishment by the recommendation 0672 of the National Commission for Human Rights. He was removed because of a violation of access to justice. That happened at the end of 2017, and in 2018 the authorities kind of remembered us. They recalled that we existed because from the Executive Commission of Attention to Victims, they called us to know if we had the support of food and lodging, and they called us if we had gone to the psychologist and so forth. So they once again, the public prosecutor presented a new officer who was in office for like 1 year or so. Afterwards, this second officer tells me that it was a crime of passion, that there were enough elements to determine through an anonymous declaration that this had been a crime of passion. I was under the program of Reporters Without Borders for prosecuted journalists in Madrid, Spain. I was talking about this case. I had to subscribe this program because mentally and physically I was exhausted. I have a diagnosis of severe depression and anxiety because of this. I tried to find a way out, and from Madrid I called the officer, and they told me that they were going to get the file, the prior investigation, to the ordinary investigation, back to Guerrero. So when I was outside the country, I started finding a lawyer or an advisor, because some months earlier, the legal advisor of SEAP sent me a message over WhatsApp saying, I'm not working anymore at the commission. If I had been able to help, well, good. So, good luck. That's it. So I had no advisor. I hadn't been notified formally that I hadn't a legal advisor anymore. So I called, I made some calls, I had a new person assigned to understand what was happening and why they wanted to give the file back to Guerrero. Our concern was that we made some declarations to the Fiadle, and getting the file back to Guerrero was risky because the authorities in Guerrero are linked to organized crime. And there is a filtration of information all the time. So because of the pandemic, we couldn't get any help at all. Afterwards, they changed to the public prosecutor's office. Third prosecutor, this happened 10 years, sorry, a couple, some time, and they told us that there was no explanation for that, but anyway, the point is there were some restructuring at the prosecutor. I really doubt that. And we began with the new and the fourth public prosecutor who has been in charge since May last year. So Temoris is a witness of that. We went to the office. They asked for 3 months investigation. We said we wanted to meet every month, but they said 3 months. And when we went back to ask for the advances, the progress of the investigation, they told us, well, there are perfect crimes. There were no evidentiary elements to determine any line of investigation. This was such a perfect crime. There were no elements to determine what had happened. My argument was that this was not a perfect crime. What's happening is that there's corruption, and corruption maintains impunity alive. This was just such a shock, such a blow, hearing from an authority that they were doing whatever they could. But this wasn't true. After this issue with the staff of the prosecutor, we came back to the office and we were demanding things to be done, such as reconstructing the facts, understanding the mechanism of his injury, the shots on his face. And as part of this report, they determined that it had been a long shot. How could it be a long shot if my father died in the front of our home? So they would have to be inside our house, which wasn't the case. So we demanded these things to be done. They took place on the 1st of March. We went with the staff to the office. It was the first time they were at our home. It was the first time they were there. So they were trying to determine the possible escape routes and everything. So we then came back again, asked again, and apparently all the callings, the blood of his clothing hadn't been identified. So by the end of 2016, early 2017, they just gave a bag full of his personal items, his clothing, and they made no tests on that. We asked the officers, have you made that? They told us, no, we couldn't. So should I give you the clothing back? Yes, the police is going to be there to get the clothing again. I asked about the phone records, and they tell us that no, nothing happened. But apparently, the phone companies, only keep that information for 2 years, and if they didn't find out the phone records, well, it's lost. Some things were to be done in the first years, but unfortunately, the people are not working there anymore or are dead. This is important because from my point of view, I believe that we should have made some investigation on those state and public administrations back then, and this didn't happen. Nobody was called, nobody was investigated, because the argument was that they don't have elements, not even as a witness, even though you can call someone as witness, they didn't. It's worth mentioning, too, that there is no coordination between the state of Guerrero and the Federation. That's to say, Federation tells the state, you know, I need information with regard to all these things, and the state of Guerrero answers something completely different. Or they say, you weren't clear enough. There's no coordination whatsoever with regard to investigations. Where is that? Is that in the ministry?
It is still in FEADLE, in the General Prosecutor's Office, but this office requires information from the state of Guerrero that the state is not providing. They are either not sending the information or they are sending different information that has nothing to do with the case. So we don't have this coordination. And even at a municipal level, we have asked for information in Guerrero and in other states. And for example, these signs, these drug dealers' signs happen. And in some of these signs, they have mentioned our case, the murder. And the office has asked for information from the municipal police corps, and this municipal police corps denies that there are these kind of signs put on the street. And what happens in Guerrero? The police corps arrive, they put away the signs, and they make them disappear without doing any due diligence. They don't even look at the lettering or see if there is any fingerprint or anything. They don't do anything. They just make them disappear. So when the Federation asks for the municipality to give them these signs, the municipality just denies that their existence. When we see through the media and social media that there were these signs, these threatening signs put on the street. Okay, so what's the role that you have within the process as direct victims? Because you are contributors, because we analyze the limitations and the obstacles of the family members of the victims in order to become an active part of that. How are you working on that? Yes, we are indirect victims of this homicide, indirect victims of the homicide, and based on the recommendation because of the violation to the right to have access to justice, we have an issue there because I am a direct victim, but my mother and my brothers are indirect victims when the recommendation says that we are all victims of violations to our human rights. So we have this issue also with the Executive Commission of Assistance to Victims because this information, I got it in an out-of-the-record way because the Executive Commission of Assistance to Victims has not notified me about my status as a victim in relation to this recommendation because of the violation to human rights. And it is also important to mention that right now we do not have a legal advisor because the legal advisor was forced to quit. So you have been denied access to the case, to the file. No. I do have access to the file, but I don't have access to the rights that I have as the victim of violations to human rights. I have two statuses. I am the direct victim of this homicide and the violation to human rights. And what's the difference regarding the recognition of rights between these two statuses? Well, being an indirect victim of the homicide, that is based on the prior investigation, the case, the homicide, the fact that I can have access to the investigation and the diligence, and that I can be able to contribute. And the violation to the human rights has to do with other type of benefits, to call it a way, like the repair of the damage. For example, the damage made done by the state because I don't have any access to justice. They go hand in hand in a way, but it's different scopes because one is granted based on the recommendation of this violation of human rights, and the other one was granted by the Attorney General's office. So the Executive Commission of Assistance to Victims is in charge of the victims. So in this sequence, There is no progress in investigation. The current office says that they are exhausting every single line possible, but they don't have enough elements to determine if it was because of his journalistic work or not. But you were talking about the context analysis yesterday, and those context analyses have not been run. And they have not been ran, like, for example, what he was writing or what could have triggered this. I mean, the office has not ran this context analysis or the context analysis just to know what groups of organized crime exist in Guerrero. They have denied the existence of organized crime when we all know, the whole society knows, what is the degree of violence in Guerrero, which is really high. So we have demanded from the office to do all of the potential or possible diligences. And we are pushing so they hear us, because it is very hard to get an appointment so you can actually go into the office to look at your file, because they say that the building does not have the infrastructure in order to have access, because the office is doing diligences, or I don't know, a lot of excuses for us to just have an appointment in order to look at our file. And when you look at your file, then they say that there is no progress, that they are waiting for SENAPI or another agency to send information. So it takes a long time for the authorities to send the information from one another. It could take 3 to 4 months. I would like to ask Temoris, it's because of the lack of context analysis. What's the situation in your investigations and your analysis? What's the situation of journalists in Guerrero in a wider sense? Well, I will speak about my background a little bit. Well, first of all, I would like to thank this tribunal, thank the judges that are here and the organizations and the university. As a journalist, I have covered several armed conflicts, and over there I have been able to confirm what's the status of the exercise of journalism in Iraq, in India, in many other places. In January 2013, with Annie Dubaki from Spain and Baris Franco from Hungary, we were kidnapped. We were kidnapped in Syria, in the portion that was controlled by the insurgents in Syria. So we were lucky enough to be released, but other colleagues were not released. They were murdered, especially with this impact in August 2013. And back then, I came back to Mexico. In 2015, in Veracruz, Moises Sanchez Cerezo was kidnapped, and he was murdered afterwards. And we realized that what we were going through in Mexico was very similar to what we went through in countries in conflicts like Syria. Countries that are collapsing, states that are collapsing, states in war without institutions that are working, and states where the government and other groups in conflict are enemies, open enemies of journalists and freedom of speech. And the question that I asked back then is how in Mexico, which is a country that has institutions, that is running correctly, with this official speech in favor of the freedom of speech, how is it that in Mexico since 2010, systematically and undeniably, Mexico is between the top 5 countries where journalists are killed? How could that happen in this country? And we started to go through the country, to go across the country to try and get to know not only the cases of journalists that were victims of murder, but also the journalists that are at risk and that are still exercising their job. And we concluded that the Mexican justice system is not built or is not working to guarantee the access to justice for citizens, only to provide access to justice to those people who cannot acquire that justice. How do we acquire justice in Mexico? It is acquired through traffic of influence. Those officials, those officers that have political power can exert pressure in order to have access to justice. How there are many obstacles, but one of the main obstacles is that any agent from the prosecutor's office has 400 cases to go through. That's not humanly possible. How can you pay attention to one case when this agent of this office knows that there is a person with power that is interested in one single case, or with money? When you pay these agents who are in charge, so they run their investigation, so they do their job, and also through pressure, through political pressure exerted by families of the victims, that generates this public opinion that leads to the agents moving faster. Even when these agents are bought or bribed, when there is this influence leverage, usually they don't do their job correctly. They have files, they have evidence fabricated, and they torture witnesses and people who are supposedly involved in order to obtain testimonials. So they are used to sustain the case. And in the same way that we acquire justice, we also acquire impunity through influence leveraging and with money. We can make an agent of a public attorney's office to not do their job, or to not listen, or to not pay attention to what they are doing. And something that is very, very suspicious in the Pacheco case is that in all those years, 4 agents of the prosecutor's office have successively been in charge of that case, and they have to start over every time they change this person. That person has to know about the case, they have to start asking, and then they have to address all of the other cases that are also under their supervision. And in the case of the journalists, Felipe Calderón government created this FEADLE agency in order to address this public image problem. Because of the growing number of murders of journalists. And there have been so many crimes across this century, but especially from 2016, when they started growing exponentially. Suddenly, the fact that we have this office, we can actually see the dimension of the problem. And instead of solving the problem, the public image problem, it starts to generate more difficulties for the government, not Calderón government, but Peña Nieto's government. In 2015, they appointed Prosecutor Ricardo Nájera, the first one that was in charge of the Pacheco case, and this agent who was in his position for 2 years, he was known for trying to block the work from his very office, so they do not take cases from journalists. They deny the journalistic nature of many crimes. They denied the journalistic lines of work that are related to many crimes, and then they generate this impression that it is less crimes related to violence against journalists. A report from Artículo 19 about this Nájera period or term reveals that when Laura Borbolla actually was there, that office only took not even half of the cases of violence against journalists. It was like 4.8% of the cases. But when Ricardo Nájera started working, the number of cases addressed by the office was less than 33%. That's because this office was created for simulation. The journalistic field, of course, was very enraged, and the media as well, because there was this lack of operation of the FEADLE. So Ricardo Nájera stopped working in this agency because that person did not fulfill his job. He was an obstacle for journalists. The idea that we have this agency was because a journalist who was in trouble, who was a victim of a crime, could be able to get to that agency and find officers that could understand the problems related to freedom of speech and that could facilitate access to justice. But with Ricardo Nájera, the FEADLE turns into another issue for the people who are victims of crimes against freedom of speech. And he was replaced by Ricardo Pérez del Pozo that does the same thing, basically. This agency was actually subscribed to the General Prosecutor's Office of the country, which was replaced by a General Attorney General's Office in order to provide autonomy and more efficiency to the PGR and now as IFGR. But it is actually the same bureaucratic structure, the very same officers who fabricated investigations in the past, who blamed innocents, who tortured people. Those very officers were the ones working in the General Prosecutor's Office of the country. They only changed the face and the name, but it is the same body. And Ricardo Sánchez, who was placed there by Arely Gómez, who was the Attorney General back then of the country, he continued working there for 5 years, leading the prosecutor's office. That is only a simulation prosecution office. And for years we were going across the country trying to get to know several cases of journalists. But lately, we believe that we were not actually paying attention to the issue of impunity mechanisms. We were trying to reflect that there is impunity, but we didn't really ask why. That's why we got to Francisco Pacheco's case, because we believe that it is actually an example of how these mechanisms work regarding impunity in Mexico. There is this set of institutions that were created supposedly to pay more attention to these issues regarding crimes against journalists. Here we have the intervention of a state office, FEADLE, the Executive Commission for Assistance to Victims, and the Protection Mechanism for Journalists and Human Rights Advocates, and the National Commission of Human Rights. That is also involved to nag other institutions around because they didn't do their job correctly. So it's 5 different organisms of the Mexican state that are involved in this case, and it is so rare that so many agencies are involved. But 6 years later, 6 years after this crime was committed, 6 years later, still we don't have all of the basic diligences, all of the basic proceedings that Priscila Pacheco was explaining. We don't have any interviews of witnesses, and we haven't called the potential suspects to give their statement, at least as people, not as suspects, people who could have some kind of information about this. And we haven't established the mechanics of the facts or the context analysis. And these changes, as I mentioned before, of the public officers. So what they are trying to do is to just give this issue to the next person, and the family is tired now because there is a lot of intimidation. There are many issues. There is this wear that is caused because you have to be displaced, and then you have to face this bureaucratic system that usually calls the victims to appear in order to receive information, and they are not given any information. And what they are causing is that the families are tired, or they are scared, or they just cannot cover all of the expenses, all of the financial expenses and the emotional expense. And I know that Veronica Romero's family has been there, and they have maintained their status, and they have been confronting the authorities, and they will not give up. But I think that is a clear example. This system is made so the victims get tired, and so they give up. So they stop asking for justice. Thank you very much to both of you. I don't have any more questions. I don't know if the panel has any other question. Thank you. Well, I would like to add 2 things in regards to the protection mechanism. Currently, there is this proposal to reform the protection mechanism and reform the mechanism protection law. So they are creating these working groups with the academia in many states, but turns out that the people who are incorporating this mechanism, we are not invited. That is, we have to find out through social media or through the publications of the people who are in the mechanism. Like today we're asking about the reform of the mechanism law. So I saw that in social media and I called the mechanism and I said, you created these working groups in order to reform the mechanism. I want to be involved. I mean, I have a lot to say about the deficiency of this mechanism. So they said, like, yes, there will be one in Nayarit if you can move to Nayarit. Nayarit is really far away. I mean, it is ridiculous. And financially speaking, I cannot go to Nayarit. So I said, like, okay, I can be there remotely. They sent me an access link that is useless. And then I texted them again and I tweeted them and I said I cannot access. I looked for the link in a different place and I found it and I logged in. And then in this working group that happened on March 15th, they gave us some numbers that I would like to mention. They say that there are 1,500 incorporations. 515 are journalists and 1,044 are human rights advocates. They say that before the current administration, there were 798 beneficiaries, and that with this new administration, this was increased by 95% to 761 more. That's why we get over 1,500 people. So they are saying that they don't have the financial capacity or the staffing capacity to address all of the cases. And the law is restrictive. I mean, the law does not mention that the states have to provide this safety. So what they want to do with this reform is to provide power to the states so they can take care of the safety of these people, especially regarding the people who have been displaced, like ourselves, so we can come back to our hometowns. So in Guerrero, there are 114 people who are incorporated into the mechanism, 45 women and 69 men. And I don't know if these incorporations are people or collective course, because in our case it is 4 of us. I don't know how they are counting these people, but well, in this sense, after this, with the new administration in Guerrero, by the way, we have the first female governor in these doubtful, questionable elections. They are telling us that there is a local unit of the government of the state, and they sent us an invitation. They sent this invitation to several people, and they told us that there was going to be a meeting in order to deal with matters related to our case. So I entered this video call, but I was asking for a date. There was no structure, there was no agenda, and they said, well, you tell us what are the measures that you are taking. Like, if we had public safety, and we had a representative of the governor and the local mechanism and other people there in the call. Something that is impossible, because if you are not trusting public safety, how can you tell them what's the measures that you are taking and when you're coming back to Guerrero? So this local mechanism said that what they wanted to do was for us to tell them what measures we took in order for us to come back to Guerrero, when in Guerrero we don't have any kind of safety. There is no free exercise of journalism. So many people told us that they would help us, but they cannot do a public statement, for example, because they are under threats. So the mechanism asked, and they said that they wanted for us to return, to come back to our hometown. And we had some staff of the federal mechanism, and we said, like, you know what, federal mechanism, we cannot tell Guerrero what we are doing. So there was this discussion between the people who were there. Of course, we denied to tell them what our measures were, and we said, like, no, this has to be within the authority. And Guerrero said, well, the federal mechanism has not asked me or has not told me this. So there is no contribution between the institutions regarding why they want to change this law. What they are saying is that they want to change the law, but in practice it will continue to work the same. Like, we don't have any resources, and ideally you will come back even though we don't have any safety in the States. So of course it is impossible for us to go back to a place where we are threatened. Thank you very much. Yes, please go ahead, Gail.
You said at one point you had no legal assistance. Are there no lawyers willing to help you? And if so, why are they not assisting you?
In this case, it is because of this lack of staff and willingness, because I do have the right to have legal assistance, but the last person who was assisting was forced to quit. And I think this is important to mention. After I actually complained in a public event before the Undersecretary of Human Rights, Encinas. I actually complained in a public event, and 2 days after, I did not have any legal assistance because one of my complaints was the lack of support, of comprehensive support. This comprehensive support is legal assistance and the psychological accompaniment and also the medical accompaniment. So we do not have a lawyer, we do not have a psychologist, and we do not have medical assistance. We do not have that. The only thing that has been given to us by SEAB are $500. So we can pay for the lease of the place where we are living because we were displaced. We are a family of 5 people, and they are giving us these $500 so we can satisfy all of the whole payment of the lease of the place that we're living in. We do not have a lawyer. The SEAB says that if I don't have an email saying that if I don't agree with the legal assistance, I must get a private lawyer, and of course I cannot afford that. So it is a lack of willingness, I believe, of political willingness, and it is a violation to another right, and that is the right to legal assistance.
Eduardo? Yes, can you all hear me? I believe that this question is going to be very short for Temoris. Thank you very much for your witness. Temoris, you mentioned that at some point you realized that the diagnosis wasn't clear. There was impunity. So what are the reasons for that impunity? You mentioned words such as prosecutor of the simulation prosecution, or if I understand correctly. So in that sense, since you have made this inquiry to understand the reasons behind the murder and behind the impunity. Now you have corroborated that. And is there a document that you can give to the tribunal? Yes. Yes, we have already given a document to Madame Almudena, the mini-series, which is a documentary about Pacheco family and other witnesses, and we will also handle a text that we have written about this topic. Thank you very much for that. Thank you for participating. Thank you. Thank you. We thank deeply the participation of Priscila Pacheco, a daughter of Francisco Pacheco, and journalist Temoris Greco. Now we will go to the next final declaration by the prosecutor Almudena Bernabeu with regard to everything we have heard today in this session and yesterday's session with regard to these topics. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Actually, because of time, I believe that today's session on the 27th of April 2022 will have to focus on many cases. Today we will talk about Miguel Ángel López, who was known as Milo Vela. Yesterday, I believe that we can all agree, because it was mentioned many times, that even though there has been repression for many years and decades of journalists in Mexico, I believe that we have this idea that it has increased in the past years, and it has become a terrible phenomenon. But as colleagues, as professionals, as citizens, it's difficult to bear. It's difficult to believe. I believe that we can all agree that beyond this tribunal, we need more mechanisms, we need more tools to deal with this problem. There was agreement and unanimity expressed in several ways by different people who participated yesterday and shared their context of Mexico in their states of origin. We mentioned Veracruz many times, which is a representation, a graphic representation of the shift of the situation. I believe that Miguel Ángel wasn't the first person to be murdered in Veracruz, but from the day of his assassination, this repression against journalists and freedom of speech increased in number and in frequency. In the case of Veracruz, we thought that it was important to analyze this from the perspective of the states, not because other states do not have the same patterns, but because through this work we can analyze and understand the physiognomy of this tragedy, this attack, this context in which these attacks are being produced, which is bound to repress. In the third place, I would like to mention that it is a very graphic way of talking about one of the main aims of this tribunal, which is to build, to the best of our ability, to analyze impunity. The impunity in the case of Miguel Ángel López. It was one of those cases where impunity happened the first second because the police or the authorities were not present afterwards at the scene of the crime. Since they were not there, the family had to start investigating on their own, as we will see. from Jasmine and Miguel Angel. They had to take care of those very basic, very essential procedures. So today we will talk about this from many experts, scientists, and so forth, and of course the family of Miguel Angel, with the aim of contributing through this enterprise to what I believe we mentioned exhaustively yesterday, which is why, understanding why these things are happening. We need to recognize that during the murder of Miguel Angel, there was such a destruction that was beyond his own life. We murder, there was a murder of his son, of his wife. We see that there is a new horizon being crossed. We see that there is a destruction of freedom of speech, of the environment and the structure. So we will hear these witnesses today, mainly from academics, people who understand the violence in Veracruz. We would like to understand the causes of the violence in Veracruz and the different effects this has had. And then we will listen to the family. Thank you. Thank you, Madame Almudena Bernabeu, prosecutor of the tribunal. So, in order to do this, we asked academic Silvia del Palacio to come to bear witness. Please, Celia, we have to be brief, so please also try to speak slowly so that we can all understand. Good morning, everybody. Welcome, madam. Thank you for being here. Once again, I would like to provide some structure, not to interrupt. Please introduce yourself. And then I have an open question to begin with, which is, can you help us understand the situation of freedom of speech in Veracruz? What's happening and what happened back then in 2010, 2011? What happened? What were the circumstances? What were the factors that led to an increase in this repression against journalists? Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, let me tell you that it's an honor to be here to participate in this forum. My name is Celia del Palacio. I am an academic from the University of Veracruz. I started studying violence against journalists in 2013, and I have dedicated my life to this in the past few years, in part because, well, no, entirely because I saw that nobody else in Veracruz wanted to deal with that from the academia. Nobody tried to understand. Many were killed all the time during the term of Javier Duarte. So I felt personally responsible for this. So I wanted to take care of this case, and that's what I have done. So as a result of these investigations, I have published several articulations, mainly in a book, Callar o Morir, To Shut or to Die. And just, I want you to understand the context of Veracruz. There are 5 regions in Veracruz which are very far away from each other. More than 10 mid-cities with more than 150,000 people, so that the media markets are very fragmented and precarious. They are very far away from each other. And there are so many media. In the term of Javier Duarte, there were 73 newspapers, print newspapers. That's an enormous amount. That's amazing. That was in 2017. We had 73 print newspapers, among other weekly publications, some that appear irregularly. There were thousands of digital newsletters and so forth. But these media are separated. separate throughout the state. There was not a single state newspaper that could be purchased throughout the state. So the only media that really was state was radio and television of Veracruz, which is state-owned media, which is a government-owned media. It's official in all of its ways, in all ways. There are very few local channels. Most of them, they repeat the national signals, and the radio is very focused. There are 85 stations, out of which only 9 are independent, and the other belong to Group Radiofónico, and they just repeat the same news. There are very few community or indigenous radio, Radio Teosuelo or Guayacocotla Radio, some of which do not have the permits to operate, and many of these newspapers disappeared. Because there were problems to obtain funding. This has always been a problem for journalists, since most of them have lived from the government subsidies, which were enormous. There were enormous amounts of money invested in the terms of Fidel Herrera and Javier Duarte afterwards in an impressive way. Impressive. Now, because of the pandemic, many of them had to close. Later, I will try to explain what happened to Notiver, which was one of the few media that could maintain itself. It's a very popular medium directed to the lower social classes with tabloid journalism and some comic or entertaining material. And for some time it was the only type of medium in that area. It was very popular in this area. And it was claimed for a lot of time that it didn't support Javier Duarte's government. The director himself said that Duarte tried to purchase this medium with enormous amounts of money that he refused. So we think that probably afterwards they did support the next governor, Miguel Ángel López, but they were the only critics of Javier Duarte. Yolanda Ordaz, Miguel Ángel López Velasco, Misael López Solana, Javier Ruge, who were murdered, were part of that. And after these murders, this tabloid journalism, this red top, started softening. And we were saying instead of red top, it's a pink top. They were not reporting anymore everything that happened during Javier Duarte's government, mainly with regard to murders, organized crime, and so forth. And the media started to be silenced, purchased, and they published very much the same information as the government. We just saw exactly the same heading, the same information, everything throughout all the newspapers in Veracruz. So these red tops decrease until they just cover accidents, car accidents and so forth, or saying that the government, the federal forces had killed some drug dealers or criminals or whatever, which were newsletters that came directly from the government. We could say that in Veracruz there have been small and fragmented, very weak media markets with very few readers, even newspapers without readers, just to get political favor. That was their aim. Media corporations that were very close to power. We have deputies, magistrate, judges, and political actors that were very close to those newspapers. They were captured by the power, and they sought that alliance with the government through through the media. So we were very used to receive this type of subsidies, of these bribes and gifts. So there were very few choices in this way. So going back to Veracruz, this is a very densely populated state with high rates of marginalization, illiteracy. This extends this vast territory along the coast of the Gulf of Mexico with 3 ports, which is the point of entry of many commodities. Its economy is very, very strongly based on the state, on the government. There are very few private corporations that may have a certain independence with regard to the state. The government was from the Institutional Revolutionary Party for 80 years until 2016. But even though there was a change in government, the same actors were or in the other party. The political culture was very authoritarian and completely clientelist. They controlled the Congress, the state. The local landlords were very strong. They were even stronger than the politicians. They just affiliated to whatever party they could just to keep their power. The trade unions were not at all independent. They were very much linked to the power. The journalistic associations were also close to the power, to the government. They didn't want to protect journalists, and as many journalists have told me, they just try to administrate the money that's being given. The civil society is very weak. All the human rights commissions are just there to simulate, to provide a face. And there's just a very few real human rights defenders or journalist defenders. In the recent years, we have Voz Alterna, Alternative Voice, and some other colleagues. Red Veracruzana de Periodismo, the Veracruz Journalistic Network. These are the very few ones that are actually independent. But besides that, there is nothing. The cartel of the Zetas started as being an hegemonic group in that decade. But when these crime groups started operating, they were really close to the government, and many academics have mentioned this. This unchained terribly the situation of violence, and this connivance, this collusion between the state and municipal authorities with these criminal groups, first in the north of the state, but gradually coming south. There was this fragmentation of the cartel of the Zetas and the Gulf cartel. In 2008, we had this cartel Veracruz Seguro 1, and the violence started to explode with executions, battles in the middle of the cities, mainly in Veracruz, in Boca del Rio. After the massacre, the 21st of September 2011, with 31 corpses abandoned in the streets with soldiers which were all throughout the city, and that were part of the daily life. This struggle with the organized crime that were controlling not only the illicit drugs, but also prostitution, hydrocarbons, stealing, and so forth. So violence was rampant with the fragmentation of these cartels. There were kidnappings and forced disappearance. We had these clandestine graveyards that we are still finding, and we still find every day. We still find corpses, and more of this. And the idea was not to talk about this violence in the media, not to talk about the crimes. We were living that. We could see that very closely. We had this environment of fear. It's so difficult for me to describe this environment of fear. Even inside the homes, people, they said, these are those that you cannot name. They weren't even able to call them by their names because they were so afraid. They had this feeling that anyone could be spied on, that there were ears all over the place listening to whatever one was saying. So the journalists in this context were trapped. They were covering a war as if it had been the red top before. Um, the witnesses I interviewed mentioned that they didn't know how to cover that amount of violence. They were surprised. And their context was very precarious. They didn't have job security. They earned very little, and they were signaled as being a part of that violence. So I believe that these corporations are also partially responsible for the violence against journalists because corporations didn't protect the journalists. Usually when there was a threat, the media itself refused any type of link or responsibility with the journalists. They abandoned them. They left them to their own devices. Not all journalists are the same, and I do want to highlight this point that because of the honest and critical journalists, others pay their lives. Many of these wanted to receive the same benefits from before, but now the actors were part of the organized crime. So the organized crime was there to control the media, to inform or to misinform. So these mechanisms that created this local policy of you give me and I give you, this for that, tit for tat, this didn't work with these new actors that were not the same and who were terribly violent, much more violent. So highlighting these inequalities and the inequality in the violence within the guild. Those red top journalists, because they said or because they didn't, were the most at risk. The disputes with the local lords who were in connivance with the organized crime, the journalists who were at a high level and who criticized the government, such as Regina Martinez. After 10 years, we still don't know what happened to Regina Martinez. And generally, the journalists who were attacked because of the information they communicated or because they criticized those in power. Not only the governor, but all officials from all parties, of all unions, and so forth. Within a very fragmented and separate guild, a frightened guild, as we have mentioned in the case of Francisco Pacheco, people who cannot go to the demonstrations in the street because they have received so many threats. And there were many spies within the demonstrations. There were threats to fire anyone who would attend the demonstrations. So there was not a public demonstration because there was a lot of fear inside the state. There was a lot of threats. There were very few unofficial networks. We created CIAF, the State Commission to Support Journalists, created in 2012, also with the aim of washing the hands of the powerful and to provide some support. But depending on who's in charge, the way of supporting has changed. And it hasn't really been effective. It hasn't been useful. The tools to investigate are not there. So there's this, again, this fragmentation of all the organization and institutions that can agree on anything, and at the end of the day, they don't solve practically none of these cases. They can't do anything. They depend on the government, so they are not autonomous. Even though they say they are autonomous, they are not. They're just part of these power concentration of these defense mechanisms. Well, this is a bit of what I can tell you about this context of Veracruz. Thank you. One question. What was the situation of Notiver? What happened to Notiver, and how is Notiver today? What's the current situation of journalists, both the journalists who are associated to big media, such as this one, those of them who are more independent? Well, I believe that Notiver is still published, is still, well, popular. It has a certain area of influence, but in Boca del Rio, this is important to take into account. The scope of their influence is very, very, very little. In spite of how many people try to read them or how much money they earn, or whatever, they're restricted by the region. So this one is from Boca del Rio, and there are just very few newspapers that are read in more than one city. So Notiver is still there, in spite of these difficulties. I know that many have been fired because of these same reasons, because of the pandemic as well, and the variations in the budgets, in official publicity, that officially money is not given to any medium, but we know that we don't know, and this has affected a lot the media, print media particularly. So journalists are still found in the same precarious state, particularly the local journalists who are trying to communicate within small communities. And they haven't changed their working conditions with regard to their salaries and their job security and so forth. We know that up to now we have 31 journalists murdered. During Javier Duarte's term, we had 20. Well, I did that counting. I counted 20. Between 22 and 2010, we just had 9. Well, that's a lot. I know that's a lot. But there's a big difference between 9 and 20. And afterwards, 2010 to today, we have 31 murders. That is to say, journalists are being murdered today. And it's the state where the most journalists are being murdered. Now, with Sonora, we are like in a competition in a way, but still, Veracruz is number one. The state, the most violent state with most homicides, most murders of journalists. The situation hasn't changed, and I think it has nothing to do with the change of a governor, even though, yes, the way of Javier Duarte was terribly authoritarian, and it had a very strong control of the media. But the presence of these regional chieftains, of these lords, are intact. This hasn't changed, even though the party has changed. The chieftains, the lords, are still linked with the organized crime. Now we don't have the Ceres anymore, or Cartel Jalisco, New Generation. But there are many others, many other cartels, many other drug lords. I don't have the names of their organizations, but I know that there are so many. So they are all colluded, they are all together in these regional chieftains. That's where journalists are more vulnerable because they are less professional, their scope is less, they have fewer ways to access the protection mechanism, and they are an easy target. Thank you very much.
Do you have any more questions? Can I? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this work of all these years. I would like to ask you if you found any kind of logic behind these deaths that you studied. Is there like, I don't know, like a pattern, or if it was because of a specific reason to send a message, maybe a message of vengeance, and these state control measures beyond advertising, and the role of Milo Vela. As a reader, what was the role of Milo Vela also in this media ecosystem? Well, I tried to explain a little bit about this logic, which is very different according to the types of journalists. And yes, the intent was to silence these journalists, these rooftop journalists that maybe were informing about something that one of the criminal groups wanted or did not want to be published. Some of these journalists told me that there was a group telling them, you have to publish this, and the other group said, no, you will not publish that. So they were between these two types of groups, or because the pacts were not fulfilled, or because what they promised they would do was not fulfilled in regards to a certain group of power or organized crime power. In other cases, such as these high-profile reporters such as Regina Martinez, I think that was a threat against the whole professional group. It was like a really big warning to remain silent, because here we could apply what has been said in the case of other journalists in Mexico and in other latitudes, that they are looking for these relationships between crime and corruption and power. So Duarte had a lot of information published, and his officers did too, and it was a warning for everybody else. And such is the case that many of them after this felt way more scared, and they started to moderate the information that they published, or they were silenced altogether, and they were on exile. Some of them came back, some others did not, or they were just scared constantly. But the fact that Regina Martinez was murdered, I believe that was a terrible threat to everybody else. So in that case, yeah. In the case of other local journalists in small towns, in small communities, maybe for us it may not be as logical, and it could be related to these local authorities that did not want something to be informed. I also found things that were so crazy, such as mayors that were murdering journalists because they mocked them in a radio show. They mocked the mayor. And for these really absurd and ridiculous things, journalists could be threatened, or could be frightened, or could even be hurt. So that's why it is very hard to find a pattern. There is not a single pattern. There are many potential reasons, and it is like this really mixed up situation of possibilities to try and see the causes why they were attacked or killed, these journalists. Oh, and the role of Milo Vela. Yes, he was also an authority in Veracruz. He was a person that had a lot of influence. He was the school to all of us. He was a teacher to all of us. In Notiver. Notiver is a journal that is read, unlike other journals that are not read in Veracruz, that do not have any readers. This journal is popular. it's still popular, but back then it was the most popular in the port of Veracruz. So I don't know the reasons, but Milo represented that, like this patriarch, like the teacher of all of the other young journalists that came after him. I think there is a question, Kalpana.
Today we have heard talk about this protection mechanism. So I'm trying to understand, in the situation that you have so clearly described in Veracruz, does something like this really make a difference if it's at the federal level and cannot be implemented at the state level? And if not, is there some other mechanism that should be put in place? Or do you think, the government trying to intervene in this situation is pointless?
They are translating the question. Okay, so I'm not a specialist in these mechanisms, but there are several people who are included in this federal mechanism. The state mechanism also exists, and there was this protocol, this early alert that was implemented since 2015. The Special Office for Assistance to Electoral Crimes and Reports Against Journalists in 2017, they said that they were doing poorly, and this specialized office for crimes against freedom of speech exists. But as we have said before, these are not very effective. These mechanisms have not been effective, and these agencies and SEAB does not have a way to investigate. It only provides accompaniment and legal assistance, and they run other types of diagnostics. But it is not really a mechanism that can actually protect journalists. Thank you very much, Celia. Thank you very much for the participation from Celia del Palacio, part of the academia. And now we will take a break, and we will come back at 11:30. So we are prepared. We are going to take a small break.
Si podemos ir tomando nuestros lugares, ya vamos a comenzar nuevamente con nuestra sesión. Les pedimos que vayan tomando sus lugares porque ya vamos a comenzar con la audiencia nuevamente, por favor. Les invitamos a que vayamos tomando nuestros lugares. Vamos a comenzar con nuestra audiencia. Si vamos pasando, por favor, para comenzar la audiencia, les invitamos a tomar sus lugares. Para comenzar nuevamente con la audiencia, por favor. Les invitamos a que tomen sus lugares. Vamos a comenzar ya con la audiencia. Las y los invitamos a que tomen sus lugares, a que pasemos. En un minutito estamos comenzando. Si podemos pasar y tomar nuestros lugares, vamos a comenzar con la audiencia, por favor. Ya está por conectarse nuestro siguiente testigo que va a participar de manera virtual, que es Noé Zabaleta, periodista de Veracruz. Entonces les pedimos que podamos ya estar en nuestros lugares.
We have to be in our seats in order to start this hearing. We will start at 11:20. We see Noel Zabaleta. He's ready now, so please go back to your seats so we can start with the hearing with Noel Zabaleta from Veracruz. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here with us today, again in this second portion of the hearing of this 27th of April, where we will be talking about the context of Veracruz and the case of Miguel Ángel Velasco Milovela. So thank you very much, Noé Zabaleta. He's here with us virtually. Good afternoon, Noé Zabaleta. Hi, I am Noé Zabaleta, a journalist in Veracruz for 20 years now, an editorial consultant of Crónica de Jalapa, collaborator of Al Jazeera, and for 10 years I have been a correspondent of the Proceso magazine in Veracruz. Hello, good morning. I am Almudena Bernabe. I am the prosecutor in this tribunal. I don't know if you can see me or not, but as we have not been lucky with technology, and just in case, I will actually ask you this wide question just for you to introduce your work and also for you to tell us in your own words what has been the experience of being a journalist in Veracruz, the risks that this represents, and specifically during the term of Governor Duarte. We have been talking, you can hear me, right? Yes, I can hear you. In the last 2 days, we have been talking about all of the challenges that investigation journalism entails in this state, and it would be very important to hear about your experience. And also, I will ask you maybe additional questions, but if you could please, first of all, share with us what have been your investigations in relation to the public authority and organized crime in the repression of freedom of speech, especially the murder of journalists. Thank you very much. You can start. Good afternoon, everyone over there. I'm sorry that I am here virtually. I would have loved to be there, but I could not do it. My coverage basically is focused on people who have disappeared and clandestine I'm sorry, we cannot hear you. We need a higher volume. We need a higher volume. Just give us a second. Okay, let me know if I have to speak louder. I think they can increase the volume. Just 1 second. Just give me 1 second. Great. Much better. Thank you. I'm sorry. Okay, so I was telling you my coverage is focused on disappeared persons and clandestine things, murder of journalists, homicides, the fights between the extinct organization of Los Zetas and the organization of Jalisco Nueva Generación Cartel, the governmental corruption, nepotism, corruption inside the public security corps at a municipal and state level. And in that coverage, many of us do it in Veracruz. We cover these matters, and the situation has been very, very dangerous. There was this breaking point in the presence of criminal cells and the breakdown of the state. And I think that from March 2007, with this shooting in the port of Veracruz between drug dealers, where Efraín Torres died, C14. From there, we had this breakdown of the social fabric. That is, during the term of Javier Duarte, this became stronger. But years before, we were looking at this growing wave of violence. In this really severe situation, we sometimes are between a rock and a hard place, because in this term of Javier Duarte, 18 communicators were killed. And only on December 2010 and December 2016, in that term, what happened with the investigations that the reporters did, it was complicated. The public agenda could be the coverage of the Congress, of the judicial power, and frauds and crimes. And we are in the southeast of Mexico, in Veracruz. And before 2007, reporters, we were having a great time because we were covering the public agenda of the government. And the worst thing that could happen was to have a hurricane or a tropical storm in our state. And from 2007, we had this rupture in the social fabric, and now this has been permeated. The crudest stage was during the term of Javier Duarte, where there was no rule of law. There was no rule of law. There was this absence of the rule of law because we had a governor that was immature and was unable and was incompetent and was worried about vain situations, such as traveling with this group of businessmen or his friends or politicians or reporters, sometimes to Spain, sometimes to the US and Brazil. And these friendships, inexplicable friendships with other entities in other countries, and he left this public agenda on the side. And the undersecretary was taking care of that, but he was also very immature and incompetent, just as the governor, who, by the way, is today in jail, this former governor. So, well, when this happened, I think that the journalists had the worst time were the journalists of the red top. I cover general information, and I only cover the red top when the violent situations are out of control. What does this mean? Over 5 executed people, or for example, September 2011, the 34 bodies, corpses that were under a bridge in Plaza del Volador in Boca del Rio. But there were reporters from the red top, such as Miguel Ángel López Velasco, that had this daily coverage of the red top, and they were coexisting with this live source, like commanders from the prosecutor's office, from police corps, commanders from the federal police corps. And watch out, organized crime does not come from the north of the country, or it did not arrive from the moon or Mars. Most of the people who are in organized crime in Veracruz, like Zetas and Jalisco Nueva Generación, and most of them actually were policemen. They used to be policemen. And today, 27th of April of 2022, two of the main heads of these areas started in a police corps. One in the prosecutor's office and the other one in the municipal police corps of Maltrata in downtown of the state. So that could be the introduction right now, just to give you an overview of the journalistic work. And something else that is very important to notice. Several journalists, when we looked at these threats from organized crime, it was not my case, but the case of others, they suffered from being defenseless as the media. They were suffering from these threats, and the owner of the media that they were working for, the chief of information, they told them, like, it's your problem and deal with it yourself, or leave Veracruz and then come back and ask for the state support. And asking for state support, of course, was also like knocking on a door that would never open. So that could be my introduction, and please let me know if you have any question. And in your investigations, because even the murder that we mentioned, Miguel Ángel López, they have never been able to establish, and they have talked about this difference between the masterminds and the executors. So that is one of the things that we're insisting on in order to remove this impunity, to end with this impunity. And the public power has started to use organized crime since 2007 to attack journalists. What can you tell us about that? What's the consequence of your investigations of these links? Well, in the case of Miguel Ángel López Velasco and his wife and his son, Misael, authorities say that this hitman that was called Ñaca Ñaca executed Milo Vela, Misael, and his wife. And months afterwards, Ñaca Ñaca was killed during a shooting with federal police corps in the parking lot of a shopping mall in Zapopan. So there are omissions or inconsistencies and the lack of investigation from the Mexican state to clear out these murders. And I have said it before, in Veracruz and in Mexico, it's really easy to kill a journalist. It's very common for these murders, for these assassinations to go unpunished, because with Milo Vela, they said that a hitman killed the three of them and that hitman was killed too. So there is no further investigation, and they close the file, and that's a criminal cause, and there is nothing else to investigate. And I remember that this hitman did not act by saying the articles from Milo Vela, he was talking about me, so I am going to kill him and his wife and his son. No, this hitman was not related. There are masterminds that have been going unpunished. The same thing happened with the murder of Victor Manuel Bachino that took place in 2015 in Jalapa, and he was kidnapped from his office. And after that, his body was thrown in a key point in order to send a message to journalists. And this is very important. They kidnapped Victor Manuel from his office, and then they cut him up, and they throw his body parts in a central area of the state in Jalapa that is in a key point where if you walk through that path, you go into the editorial of El Heraldo, Noti Veracruz, and all of the journals that we have in Veracruz. So what was the message there? The message back then from Los Zetas was, we are giving the orders. We decide on the public agenda. We decide what is going to be published or not. And through the assassination of Victor Manuel, we are making you feel afraid, all of the media in Veracruz. We must remember that after the assassination of Milo Vela, we had the assassination of Regina Martinez, and then Victor Manuel Bachino, and then Gabriel Luge, and then Esteban Rodriguez. And most of Veracruz journals stopped publishing the red job. Like, what was the police section of the journals in Veracruz, maybe someone who was run over because someone was drunk and they ran them over. And I don't know, like this guy that was in a really poor community that was hitting his wife with a pan because she was not cooking correctly, and then they started publishing about that only news related to these issues and not organized crime. And these assassinations of journalists, there was a lot of self-censorship because of protection and to keep ourselves safe. There are no articles or something that is worth your life. So for me, this was a really relevant context. Let's remember that López Velasco was a reference not only in his journal, Notiver, he was a reference of Veracruz journalism. He had been working for 2 decades as a journalist, and his son, Pedro, was just starting to work as a journalist. There were no reasons or direct cause for him to be killed, only to understand these cleaning operations that they started to do between Zetas and the Jalisco cartels. And somehow they started to make journalists afraid, so they stopped developing these activities without the Veracruz society and the general society finding out about this violence climate. Something that happened in other states also, like Tamaulipas. One question. You are talking about how journalists were defendless and self-censorship. So is it important for you to cover this in Veracruz? How does this professional group is taking care of themselves? Has this situation changed amongst the public authority, or is there still violence? How are you taking care of yourselves? We have to sacrifice many things. For example, in order to cover something that was clandestine, even though only 1 or 2 reporters had clear indications of where these places were located, like execution places like Tres Valles or the ranch that is in Ixtaxotitlan. We have to sacrifice this. It is. I think it's something egotistical and winning over this exclusive article. I think journalists are egotistical, all of us, and we sacrificed having these exclusive notes. And we have experience with the assassination of other colleagues. You talk about drug dealers who are dead or in jail, but the head of the area that is going through the streets of Veracruz in the best restaurants, the head of the area of a crime cell that is friends with the mayor or a deputy, or that that is linked with businessmen or who is colluded with a police. With a politician, you leave them alone. You leave them alone because we are journalists, we're not detectives. And if the authority knows who they are, where they go to have lunch, where they live, and their friends, where they go see their lovers, and their activities, their illegal activities, and the legal activities for money laundering, of course, there is no individual warranty or a journalistic warranty to be able to cover their lives. I have said many times that this coverage has to happen when the head of the area is not there, or when they are dead, when they are buried underground, when they kill him after a police operation. That's when you can go beyond coverage. And another way to take care of ourselves, several colleagues do that, and actually many colleagues have talked about this in these sessions. We are supporting ourselves with all of the victims of violations to human rights, like these groups of people, of victims of of women, for example, who were killed, femicides as we know them, and we get support from political and police actors that have a little bit of reliability. You have to get support from them, because we know that the situation in Veracruz was very, very dangerous during the Duarte term, but also with Miguel Ángel López, or the term of Cuitlago Garcia, that is the current term, by the way. Even though Duarte did not finish his term and he ran away in 2016, other communicators, 6 communicators, have been killed in Veracruz. I have no further questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Zabaleta. I don't know if the panel has another question. Okay. Go ahead.
We can learn from exceptional cases. We've heard a lot about the failures of the system, lack of investigations, etc. But one journalist who was killed, Moises Sanchez, in his case, 2 police officers were convicted, sentenced to long terms in prison. I don't know whether they stayed there. So my question is, how do you explain that? Why were those policemen convicted? What was the context? What was the reason for following through, etc.? I'd be grateful if you could explain that. Thank you.
¿Tenemos apoyo de traductor?
They are translating your question.
Entendí que en el caso de Moisés Sánchez hubo 2 policías detenidos y condenados. ¿Cómo explicas eso? ¿Qué pasó? ¿Qué fue diferente en ese caso?
We have to clear something out. Impunity in the murders of 24 people in Veracruz from 2010 to date will only be explained by having links to the state, and I mean police corps in the municipality, in the state, or in the federation. So, in the case of Moises and his son has been looking for justice for 7 years now. In this struggle and this activism to know who and why they killed his father, we must remember that there is only one policeman that was arrested, who is also accused for the forced disappearance of a family from Michoacan. They arrived from Michoacan to set up an establishment, a business in Veracruz, and they were kidnapped by state police corps. So this is something very important. We're talking about these policemen who work with drug dealers. I mean, in any country in the world except for Mexico and Colombia, you would understand that policemen should take care of the safety of citizens, and they are taking care of the rule of law, not to become a part of these criminal cells. Jorge Sanchez, that is the son of Moises, is saying that during the assassination and kidnapping of his father, other 5 policemen participated. And the prosecution office actually lost the pictures of these policemen, and they only have their alias, their nicknames of these 5 policemen. And this is really, really bad. This is something very severe. And in Veracruz and in Mexico, we learned, and I'm sorry for this to say this, but we learned how to normalize this degree of systematic violence, and we normalized that this happens in our country, in our state. And we talk about impunity a lot because out of 6 participants, all of them state policemen, there is only 1 that was arrested. And the alleged mastermind, the former mayor of a town in Veracruz, is still free. He ran away from justice. So how can a mayor whose face is known, because he was a mayor, how can he just be free around the country without any authority from the government of Duarte or Yunes or Cuitláhuac being able to find him. Where is he? And this happens with most of the detention orders that are released by the prosecution office regarding these murdered journalists. For example, tomorrow will be with 10 years of the assassination of Regina Martinez, and out of the two alleged murderers, only one is in jail. For Moises Sanchez, out of seven actually people who were involved, there is only one who was arrested. Regarding Gregorio Barajas, supposedly all of the people involved are in jail, but Goyo was killed in 2013. We are in 2022, and these hitmen have not been convicted. I mean, justice in Veracruz, justice in Mexico is not full, it's not complete, and we see these drafts of justice, this halfway justice, and this happens with the assassinations of other colleagues, of other people, where the prosecutor's office delivers these pieces of information and they believe that they solved everything only with that. And we could continue talking about this. Well, all of the investigations about the cases, for example, of my friend Ruben Espinosa, who was a photo reporter of El Proceso, other people who were involved in his assassination, and they cannot find them. And we don't know who they are. We don't know their names. We don't know their face. So I hope this is useful. This information is useful, so we can understand the magnitude of the impunity in this area of the Gulf of Mexico. One more question. I would like to understand the context within which all of this is happening. You talked about these policemen involved in drug dealing. We have heard this a lot with politicians, with the very drug dealers, but what are the interests at stake here? The criminal cartels. Usually we are talking about these cartels as drug dealers, but is there more than drug dealing at stake? Are there other interests? For example, in Veracruz, I don't know, any like businesses or negotiations involved, other kind of trafficking, like smuggling or human trafficking. Are there other interests in addition to drug dealing itself? Because this control of the territory is very important for these people, apparently. Yes, we understood that drug dealing was, yes, moving marijuana and cocaine and synthetic drugs, but when we talk about drug dealing and organized crime right now, we're talking about human trafficking and migrant smuggling, that it was only in Central America, but now we are bringing people from the Caribbean and from the African continent, and we're talking about extortion and charging just to have a business, to have a bar, for example, and also charging fees to people who work with livestock or people who work on the field, and they are extorting the political class too. And drug dealing also has contracts, public works contracts in the halls of Veracruz, and they are extorting the mayors, the incoming mayors, asking for the directorate of the municipal police corps or civil security. And this organized crime actually penetrated into the structures of the Mexican state, and we can see this very strongly in the south of this state and in the north of the state, where there are several municipalities that are lands without any law. It's millions of pesos moving drug dealers in Veracruz and in general in the country. That is the key point here. And obviously, when there is any politician or those mayors that feel the kings of their town, that when they feel attacked because of freedom of speech from a communicator, it is really easy to just pick up the phone and call someone in the organized crime groups and say, like, just scare them off, scare this journalist off, or just scare this sector of the press. And we know that, and we don't really talk about this, but this is a reality right now. And in Veracruz, we always talked about the journalists that have been murdered. And another field, another sector that maybe we left aside are the disappeared journalists. It's 4 or 5 journalists that have disappeared in the last decade. All of those reporters that are not speaking today because they are in fear, because they were kidnapped by Los Zetas, by Jalisco, and they were taken for a hike, to call it away, and they were tortured or threatened. We do have those cases exist, and we don't really talk about that because you must understand that the psychological issues there after suffering from torture or intimidation, severe intimidation, of course makes you feel afraid all the time, and of course you don't want your case to be visible. We have the case of several colleagues that went through this. It's dozens of them in Veracruz, and we should see in the whole country. There is no actual statistics of the number of journalists on TV, on the RAF job, or regional journalists, or those reporters that have websites, for example, that started to snoop around where they shouldn't be snooping around. And then they started touching these criminal structures, and they have been scared off. And if they are alive today, it is because they prefer to start self-censorship on themselves. Thank you very much. Well, I think that we can wrap this up. So thank you very much for your participation, and thank you for telling us about your experience and the results from your investigation. Thank you. Thank you. Greetings to everyone. No, I don't know if you wanted to say something else. We didn't hear. No, just good afternoon and greetings to everyone. Hopefully what I told you can be useful in order to create the relevant reports. Thank you very much, Noé Zabaleta, journalist from Veracruz. And now we will continue with our hearing, and we ask Felix Marquez, photojournalist from Veracruz, to come to the stage. Thank you.
Good morning. Well, I believe you have been with us in the past few hours and yesterday, so you know the dynamics. Thank you very much, first of all, for coming. And I believe that you are the first person because what you're going to talk about is photojournalism. You're the first photojournalist of the hearing, so you have documented the repression, the violence, the very same phenomenon we are talking about. So, first of all, this is an open question. Please tell us your experience, tell us about your work, of course, if possible, your education and whatever you know about the assassination of your colleague Espinosa. And through your work, please tell us everything you know. Well, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. For me, it's a very special moment to talk about the murder of Miguel Ángel López, of Misael López, and Madame Agustina. It's very special for me because after 10 years, I finally have the opportunity to meet Miguel Ángel López Jr., my teacher and colleague. We used to get out during the evening to photograph violence. Violence took the life of my friend Misael and of my boss, and the life of Cachorro, as we called him. Their lives were taken. And in the case of Cachorro, he had to go to the United States, but now his daughter is here, and she's here, so I have the opportunity to find them. So thank you for the invitation. First of all, I would like to say that, and this is something I tell all the time, in Veracruz, we became war journalists, even though we're not in Ukraine or in any other place where there is an actual war. We had to live violence very close to us. I was in the university when I started my career as a photojournalist in the first semester of my studies of communication. We heard the shots, and we were eating, so we had to protect ourselves. And then after I came back, I saw that body. I was used to take photos of carnivals and concerts or anything unrelated to violence, but I draw closer to violence. It was something important to document. It was necessary to do so. So we had to know. Afterwards, at the school, we received a bomb threat. There was a struggle just in front of the university. There was a confrontation very near downtown. So I went to downtown with Miguel Ángel to photograph. There were explosions, grenades, fires in cars, collateral damage, people that were hit by the shots. And nobody was telling anything about the situation. I believe that it wasn't until the assassination of family Lopez Solana that we realized that this was a war. I was working for a radio station, and I also had to publish the evening photos. So I had to get out of home every night, and it became more and more difficult. There were more and more confrontations, more shootings, and the reporters, particularly Andrés Salomón, had to have a free day every now and then, so they hired me. That night, I worked as normal, and I had to arrive at the radio station at 6 a.m. to leave the materials I had taken. I was taking my car there, and I was very close to downtown, from the main square of town. And before I came out of my car, they told me that Milo Vela, Misael, and Agus were murdered. I just have a couple of images of that time, because a couple of memories, because I blocked them all. I had to tell the people there what happened. One of them couldn't go on. She was crying. And since then, I had to go to Milo Vela's house. I saw how Miguel, with all his love, he was telling the expert witnesses and the forensic officers to direct the investigation. He took his brother's body. It was really terrible for all of us in Veracruz. And it was terrible for me because I was very close to the family. I don't eat meat. And Agus, the mother, always made some vegetarian food for me. I was part of their family. So it was shocking. It was so complicated for me. She was there in the evening meetings where we discussed the violence, we discussed the situation. Milo Vela's context of Veracruz was very profound. He knew exactly what had happened in the States for many decades before. He understood exactly the cargoes of the drug dealers that arrived in planes. He understood perfectly what was happening back then. And why am I saying it was a terrible time? Because since then, everything we lived during Javier Duarte's term unchained. As Noé mentioned, the next journalist was Regina, then Gabriel, and then his nephew Guillermo, Esteban, Yolanda. And the night that Yolanda was murdered, I had to go to her house as well. And it was shocking. A group of colleagues, a group of photojournalists decided stopping taking photos of violence. And from other points of view, let me say that from Mexico City and from other places, we condemn self-censorship. And I can tell you that self-censorship saved our lives. And now we can tell our stories because of that. I'm not gonna romanticize self-censorship, but I think it was necessary at some point. And since we stopped doing that, since we stopped taking photos, had certain effects for some of our colleagues. Nobody take photos of the finding of 35 corpses near Boca del Rio. Nobody was during the meeting of the federal prosecutors. Just a couple photographers went there. Some of them were threatened by their own media. Particularly, El Universal newspaper threatened one of their photographers for not bringing those images. And why do I say that Mexico City condemns self-censorship? Because they don't understand that in the States, the fact of photographing might be the case of death of someone. Some magazines, such as Proceso magazine, decided to stop placing the names of the photographers. In Veracruz, this didn't work at all. In Veracruz, they knew our style of taking photos. When you go to the crime scene, there were like 3 or 5 infiltrated personnel of the organized crime taking photos at you. And if you just remove the name of the photographer in the magazine, you don't protect anybody. So the only way to do that was self-censorship. That's the only way. And it didn't stop there. It didn't stop with Yolanda. We know that José Luis Gamboa was murdered in Veracruz this year. And after Javier Duarte ended his term, and when he was arrested, that didn't change anything. Other governors promised to change the situation. Rubén Espinosa, for me, was a close friend, was a teacher. And after his murder, I became emptier, and I had to flee the country. I went to Santiago, Chile, to live as a second self-censorship. Fortunately, I was well received in Chile. even though the nights were cold and long, and the people in Santiago, the population of Villa Francia, who was completely unrelated to journalism, and they don't let journalists enter. They welcome me. The colleagues in Santiago were very kind to me. They provided me with contacts, and fortunately, I want to take a look at that in this way. I like to think positively. I believe that Ruben pushed me to do the things I wanted to do. I wanted to get out of the country and work there. But unfortunately, it's been a trend. It's coming and going. Sometimes you feel okay, sometimes you feel all right. You have a good event. For example, we were taking photos of the migrants in Veracruz. But you know that there are infiltrators who are taking photos of you, and they are going to whistleblow. It's very difficult to work in Veracruz. It's a difficult state. There are many gangs competing for the territory. It's a very big territory. It's like a tiny country within Mexico. Obviously, there are many groups of interests. For example, in the case of this migrant corridor is being used to traffic persons from Haiti, Venezuela. So there are a lot of drug precursors and chemical substances coming and being trafficked. And it's also a political confrontation because there are 8 million voters. Fidel Herrera, the governor, said that Veracruz was the crown jewel of the elections. And I believe that that's why it has become so dangerous, so difficult to live and to work in Veracruz. Thank you, Mr. Marquez, for your testimony. I think we have talked about the context analysis in the past day, and you have to understand that as part of the trial. So, do you know what were the last investigations of Milo Vela before he was murdered, and that made him a target? The second question, I'm sorry for interrupting you, but is there any qualitative difference? Let's put it this way. When you think about organized crime and that confrontation between public power and the organized crime, I understand the logic behind that. For example, we have the journalists who show those agreements. But is there a link to photojournalism? One will think that organized crime wants that violence exists because violence is an intimidation tool to subjugate the population. So what's the link? Yeah, photos exhibit, expound, and it's very clear. That's why photojournalists are at risk, because we have to be present at the crime scene. Many other journalists can be at their homes or their offices from other spaces, or maybe checking the files, accessing the information in other ways. But ourselves, as photojournalists, we have to be on site to show faithfully whatever is happening. So that's what happened to Ruben Espinosa. Ruben Espinosa, he was related to some students, an organization of students from the University of Veracruz, who were demonstrating after the murder of the 43 students of Ayotzinapa. I was doing some reports of Ayotzinapa, And I received a message telling me that in a house in Jalapa, there had been an aggression against organized students who were there in that house. So a group of people with clown masks and baseball bats and other weapons tortured at least 5 students of this university from the Faculty of Human Sciences. I called Ruben Espinosa that this was happening. And Ruben told me that he wanted to wait at least until the sun came out because he thought it was very unsafe to do it in the night. And he was the first to get inside the house and take photos of all the objects that had been used to torture the students. He photographed a wall covered in blood, the sink where one of the students had been scourged or whipped until he had his teeth out. He photographed the boards full of the slabs full of nails. So there was a demonstration headed by the academics from the University of Veracruz. In the posterior part of the demonstration, there were these radicals who were the friends of Ruben, a woman who in front of me tried to block Ruben's camera with her hand. He attacked him, and we tried to protect Ruben, several of us. Other people helped the woman. Afterwards, a student, one of those who was in coma, but who unfortunately is already diseased, denounced that that same woman who attacked Ruben during that demonstration was not a student, was not a common student. She was an element of Veracruz police. She was an infiltrator. From that day on, Ruben received a lot of harassment and attacks in the street, at home, and he told me, Felix, you know, it's not okay to live here. I want to go to Mexico City. And he did so. And I had the opportunity to talk to him at the National Cinematheque before his murder. And he told me that he felt okay, he felt fine, that he had some interviews with the media and that he had this feeling of being welcome by the organization of journalists. I believe that we didn't do enough to save him. So I believe that we should have done more to help him. I think this shows that even though we thought that what we did was enough, we failed. And I believe that later we thought that he was protected, but not. It's very easy to murder a journalist in Mexico. It's very easy. Last question, Mr. Marquez. How has the work of photojournalists evolved? You're back in Mexico? So do you still work are the risks still there, or are they worse, or not? Yes, the risk have decreased because the city where I live is a bit better in that sense. It's under control. Let's say that. So I allowed myself to tell the stories of disappearance, of attack against freedom of speech and human rights. And I'm trying to put myself less at risk. Sometimes this is impossible, but in general, I have made some other projects. I have been tracing my colleagues. It's a way of rendering homage. It's a pretext to still have a contact with the families who, unfortunately, the last times I saw them was during the funerals. So now I could find Jasmine and her aunt, and Isabel and her mother, daughter of Yolanda, Carmen, the wife of Gregorio. This project is called Vestigios, and it's a way of healing. It's my way of healing. This is a photo investigation. Probably we will be able to share a bit of that. There are so many photos documenting the objects, the vestiges, the objects of these people, with the intention of showing who they were through the items they possessed. Maybe we can show those photos here. For example, here we have Guillermo's spectacles of Guillermo Luna. He liked urban fashion and reggaeton that started in Veracruz, so he always used these sunglasses. And also we want to show how precarious their job was. Guillermo used this camera without the button, without the trigger, so he had to use a toothpick to make it work. So there are other people who have a lot of sophisticated material, but the journalists there use these cameras. This is Moises Sanchez's newspaper, one of the first newspapers. He also denounced threats against and he made photocopies of this. He used this speaker to communicate to the people who didn't have a salary. So his work was so sincere, so important for the people who lived in that town, Medellín de Bravo, and they didn't get any money from their work. Because of denouncing this, denouncing that there was no power, no electrical power, no drainage, nothing. Now he's dead. Now you see that these absurd reasons are enough to kill someone, and there is no justice. This is his uniform. Next. These are his floppy disks. In the case of Gabriel Uge, this one says in the label, it's from 22, 2 photos. print uncle. And what I was telling Isabel is that probably Guillermo wrote this label. Even there's even a print. This was the bag where Gregorio carried his camera. This is a series of photos that Gregorio used for IDs or his ID as a journalist. His phone. This is a symbol, an icon of our generation. That's how we covered the police cases. And this is a rosary from Guillermo's aunt. And Guillermo's aunt is very frustrated because she thought that this was enough to save him, and it wasn't. It's amazing how these families opened their homes to give me these items. So it's a work of memory and resistance. These are the photos of Milo and Misa. This is Milo Vela in an interview with a detainee. Here we have Milo and Misa at Notiver. Beautiful photo that his family gave me. And his life was surrounded by newspapers and photos and pens. Here he is. That was when he was in elementary school, actually. Yeah, I think you use that one, don't you? And that's you. Yeah, that's me. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, handycam. His belt. He was very eccentric at times, so I have so many memories of him. And this is a photo of him with the director of Notiver. I tried to leave these aspects, these things on the photos, leave them intact, the dust, the stains. This is Yolanda's cap. It was very difficult to take a photo of this because it was inside a box, a gift box. It had been there for many years, and when I finally took it out, the smell of her perfume was so strong, and I had to stop for a minute. I had to take a deep breath and then get back to work. Here we have Yolanda, Martín La Reina, his brother Cecilia Baltasar, and Yolanda with her little daughter, who was the one who opened all these things for me. Alexandra, her bag. When I started taking photos, in a way I wanted to include my own memories. I always remembered Yolanda using big bags where he could put his camera, her makeup, her perfume, even another set of clothes, because that was her style. And well, this is the end of the presentation. This is a different image that has never been deciphered. We don't know what it is. It's probably a threat. We don't know. Or something written by her, because it says, take the blow out. You have until Thursday. We don't know what that means. And a photo of her. Thank you so much for sharing all of this. I don't know if the panel has any question. Thank you. Thank you. That's it. We thank enormously the participation of photojournalist Felix Marquez. I believe that we're just in awe. We're speechless. We don't even have any question. Thank you. That was touching. Well, now let's go to the next part of the session. Please, Madame Norma Trujillo, could you please share with us your testimony? Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Norma Trujillo. My name is Norma Trujillo. I'm a journalist in Jalapa, Veracruz, the capital of the state of Veracruz. Today is a very important day for me. Being here with you is very special because tomorrow it will be 10 years of the murder of Regina Martinez. In Veracruz, this crime is a watershed for Veracruz to transform into a silence state. When Regina was murdered, crimes were happening all the time, and we wanted to create a small group to denounce those assassinations, which started with Milo Vela's family. We summoned this organization. There are many journalists in Veracruz, and we summoned a demonstration, and the government of Veracruz was giving orders to disarticulate. They told us that the demonstration would not take place. And there was a lot of confusion. Those of us who wanted to be there were very confused. When Regina's crime happened, this was a surprise for all of us because it was not only the journalist who was talking about this red top journalism, but the common journalists who were reporting on common or ordinary topics. Since then, we decided to do something, and that's when I started receiving threats. I started encouraging this public letter from the journalists to the state government to demand justice and a stop in those crimes. And since that moment, we started demonstrating, we started summoning people. The case of Regina Martinez is an emblematic crime for journalists in Veracruz. She reported on cases of violence against farmers, against indigenous peoples. So it wasn't organized crime anymore. We were talking about a state crime. We have seen that there is a difference between organized crime and the government. But for me, organized crime means a lot of people. And what they're trying to do is to tell that the government is not involved, that those in power are not doing anything wrong. Let me give you an example. Regina was trying to say through to the whole country that there was a lot of corruption. This entailed difficult situations, so to speak. Back then, it was very difficult to talk to parents of disappeared people. Back in 2010, the parents of such people would just place they would just place a cardinal of missing person. We lived in a place where there were no helicopters or planes coming. Back then, this changed because there were shootings all the time, and people had to go to the schools to rescue their children. We were afraid of listening to the sound of the helicopters because this was a sign that something was happening. We live in a city with very narrow streets. There were many shootings, merely blocks away from downtown, from the head of the government. It was terrible to confront that government, to confront and saying no, no more. But those groups of the families of disappeared people started letting their voices being heard. They were denouncing what they were experiencing. And unlike Tamaulipas, we wanted Veracruz not to remain in silence, even though there was a lot of self-censorship. Since the government had 3,000 people hired of the the undersecretary of government, which is still there, it still exists, that we knew, who were the whistleblowers of the government. They were always recording our job. So the government wanted to have a full control of the information we shared. And talking about the term of Javier Duarte, the governor, was a period of a lot of social decomposition. They were the ones who decided what was published and what wasn't. There was immediate scheme. And at the same time, there were many gifts being given to the journalists who the government liked. So the government and the organized crime weren't so far away from each other. They were very close. So the journalists kept asking, what's happening in Veracruz? Well, there's collusion, there's corruption everywhere. Just to give you an example, I decided to talk about the environmental issue because I thought it would be easier. And it wasn't, because during Javier Duarte's term, there was this corporation, Odebrecht, with a number of corruption cases in many countries in Latin America. And they arrived in Veracruz and they signed a covenant with the government of Veracruz. And I have the video of that, where they are using people to guard their facilities, their mining facilities, who were dressed as the army, even though they do not belong to the army. So it was a very difficult time for everything. The death of Regina led us to organize ourselves in 2013. We had the plans. We knew that Regina had received threats, that someone tried to enter her home during Christmas. She was with her parents at that moment. And Then she had to go back home, and that she finds steam in her bathroom, like somebody had been there, and the fingerprints were in the soap. So those of us who heard that from her told her, you have to file a claim, you have to file a complaint. And she says, no, I can't do that. Unfortunately, she left us with that example. By then, Javier Duarte's government said that there had never been a threat against her. If that had ever happened, there would be a record. But as a small group of people, we had Rubén Espinosa there in 2013. This group had his message: we have to complain. Together with Mike Connor from CPJ, we were told, you have to complain. He was always with us. Afterwards,
an important element here is the political control that the single party that we had in the government had. Veracruz did not have any political diversity. So as we did not have any kind of diversity, there were many movements such as the magisterial movement that was fighting against the educational reform. And they went out to the streets for the first time, and it was the strongest movement regarding voting, and the whole control was out of the hands of the government, and we had issues, the people who were covering the magistrate, because it turns out that the order from the government was to write that there were 150 professors in this demonstration, when in reality we had like 50,000 professors in that demonstration. So that's how it happened. Like, you are going to write this. And the people who did not obey, they started to have issues. So it was this huge corruption. And from there, we started to report all of this. For example, there was this eviction of professors, and we reported this before the General Prosecutor's Office. And Ruben was there. And we actually submitted a complaint to the Commission of Human Rights, and those reports were not proceeding. So one of the essential points over there regarding the death of Ruben was the day when we decided to be in the Congress of the State. And the Secretary of Public Safety appeared, and also a character that was seen as one of the operators for the disappearance of people on the state. And that's when we demonstrated. And there was this cleanliness to him, and he was really annoyed about us complaining the aggressions against journalists and professors, and why he didn't do anything. And he was being liable in his own way, because he said that the situation in Veracruz was really hard. And then a persecution started beyond this event that took place that Felix Marquez was mentioning. We faced this person who the state had there in an unsafe manner. And from there on, when we demanded for other things, the only thing that we managed to have was the integration of a legislative commission to protect journalists. That was useless, because there were deputies that were businessmen in journalism, and businessmen also were against journalists. we only managed to do that, something that actually did not work, and we wanted deputies that were aware of the issue that we were going through. And the other thing that we managed to do back then was the first recommendation, and I'm talking about 2015, the first recommendation from the State Commission of Human Rights, where it was recognized that there was a violation of rights of freedom of speech in Veracruz. And that's when this was recognized and the obligation to the entities, and nothing happened. We were reporting before the Federation and nothing happened either. And going out to the streets personally also made me feel very threatened. And I came out on April 12th for the first time of 2012, and that's where the demonstrations began. On June 7th, we celebrate the freedom of speech. It is celebrated by the authorities. And in Veracruz, what was going on with those events, the journalists came to those events, and all of them received presents. They were giving, amongst other things, cars, for example. On June 7th of 2012, for the first time, we had some threats, incidents, because we had this magisterial conflict. And we were organizing this movement. And the first thing that they did was to prosecute me in this, to follow me actually in this demonstration. And we didn't know who they were because they were asking about me, but some people saw that they were armed. And at the end, I'd rather face that situation, because for me it was like, I am going to be followed. I didn't know who they were. And well, then I realized that they are the ministerial police, or members of the Veracruz Agency of Investigation of the General Prosecutor's Office of the state, where they wanted to give me this subpoena back then as the witness of the crime of Regina Martinez. For me, this was repression. This was something even stronger. The government only said that this was efficiency regarding the work of these policemen. And after that, I was taken to the statement to provide my statement, and many of the people who were called as witnesses, they created a criminal profile for us. They profiled us. They took our fingerprints and our teeth marks, and they wanted to put us in a different process. And well, that's because they were putting together their strategy, saying that Regina's crime was a passionate crime. And we had the figure of a lover first, and we talked about a male figure, then a female figure, and that's when they started making up this scene that Regina was a lesbian. And after that, I started getting text messages like, you are coming out today and you're going to die. You're going to die tomorrow. Those were the messages that I was receiving at 2 a.m. When I told reporter Jorge Carrasco about this, he told me, I will go with you to submit your report. And I came here to Mexico City, and he came with me, and he said, we have to be really strong. I believe that the people who are carrying out Regina's case, the fact that we are pushing justice, they want to scare us away, they want to hurt us. and we had this report submitted before the FEADLE. And it turns out that at the end of it all, the federal attorney general told me that I was going to go through a psychological interview or exam, and after that exam I could continue with my life without fear, that my mind was prepared to not live in fear anymore. And that's why there was no threat crime, because my mind was okay. And on the other hand, as I was getting these messages through this horoscope, they told me that I hired an anti-horoscope, but without further investigation. So that was the report, and then I submitted a different report regarding threats, because with Ruben we were creating this group, and Ruben was really close to me, so we always covered the same things, him as a photographer and me as a writer, even though he and I were in a really different age group. And the day before, or the day they murdered Ruben, I got a phone call from a person with a northern accent, and they told me this whole story, that his family member was assassinated one day before, and that now the Navy had recruited the minors of that family, and I had to cover that article. So I asked them, I told them that I could not go in that moment, and that's when he said, "You live in this address and you are home right now." He gave me the address. He said, you live here and we want you to go there. I will pick you up, or you have to move from your house to this area. So in that period, I had, and I want to note something, I asked for a protection measure, because I said that I was going to increase my political cost. What does that mean? I was letting the government know that I was receiving a lot of threats, and that's when I started being in the mechanism of protection for journalists under the extraordinary measures scheme. And they measure like the levels of risk, and these were extraordinary measures, but I did not trust the police of the state or the municipal police, and I didn't trust the army, because we knew what was the context that we were going through in Veracruz. So I asked the Navy, and fortunately the Navy, when they were with covering Ruben's death, they helped me leave Jalapa, and I went to a different city. I'm sorry. You can take your time. And well, in that other city, I received a phone call from Marcela, and Ruben disappeared. And I told her I didn't know what to do. When she told me that he disappeared from the same phone number that I was called before, they sent me a picture of a white truck, and the Navy told me, "Be careful, these are threats. We have you have to be under surveillance," and that's why I could not go to Ruben's funeral. And well, and that was my situation. And then Artículo 19 invited some of the journalists, and I told them it is not fair to go there to greet the authorities and for them to get to know us. We are the journalists that are threatened. We should bring a proposal with us. So I proposed this protection alert for journalists, where we asked for comprehensive protection for all journalists in Veracruz, considering a revision of the cases, because we knew that there was no justice for anyone, and from the Ministry of the Interior, they started to delay this because they said that if they did use that alert, that would be a blow to Governor Javier Duarte, and that politically that would not be seen properly or in a good way. So we waited, and they started intimidating my daughter, who was a minor. So I submitted another report, and I asked for support from the UN to ask for support to keep my family safe. And well, that happened. And the report, there was no result so far. There is no result so far. That was in the state prosecutor's office. But well, there has been this series of things, and at some point I was covering this lack of payment for senior citizens and their pensions. So that's when I clearly saw that the commander, I questioned him, why were they hitting the senior citizens? One of the commanders of public safety of the state said something to the other policemen, and they attacked me with tasers. And that led to Recommendation 32/2008 of the National Commission of Human Rights. But it turns out that so far, the governments of Miguel Ángel López and Cuauhtémoc García recognize this, but there is no repair of the damage. And they haven't followed up on the complaints or the demands against the officials involved back then. And I didn't want to submit a report anymore before any institution, because I have to be at risk again before public safety of the state. So and the mechanism demanded for that report, but there were previous reports and nothing was done anyway. So this situation between everything that I have wanted to do legally has been really complicated, because in 2017 I wrote this article to report some nurses in the health sector. They were reporting sexual harassment and rape in the workplace, and I did not provide any details of the person. I did not use any adjectives, and I did not expose the details of the situation of these nurses as they narrated in a 2-hour interview. And I wrote this article, and no one said anything. There was no answer. I think 4 months later, I believe, this situation took place where some professors called me because they were still talking about the reform, but they attended. Some professors from Oaxaca attended, and some others from the state of Chiapas. They went with professors from the south of Veracruz. So apparently they were assisted, but then they left with the idea that the governor would receive them some days later. And that was my day off. And suddenly I started to receive many messages from professors that said they want to do to us what they did to the Ayotzinapa students. So I told them, please send me pictures or videos, because they were on the road, and the police were trying to take them somewhere else. So from using my social media, I started to spread what they were sending me, all of the proof, everything that was going on. And after that incident, I got threats. Even the button, the panic button that I have on me right now, now it has a different name. When I received it, it was a panic button, and now they told me to take it down a notch, otherwise I would die. And in social media, I started to receive requests from people with arms, like in their pictures they were armed, and then I make this public. And 4 days after that incident, I had a report against myself because of moral damage, because of that article that I published 4 months before. Propuesta Cívica has helped me with this claim against me. And last year, because of file abandonment, it was solved. The case was solved. And in January this year, again, they submitted this claim on the same case against me. So right now, I am being judged again about the same matter. So I explain this so you can see how justice works in the state of Veracruz, where there has not been any progress in investigations, and the governments have always come out and say that the people who have been murdered were linked to organized crime, or it is a passionate crime. But there has not been any progress, and the last record that we had was that many of the cases were taken to FEADLE, but there is no progress there either. So, well, that's what I wanted to share with you. And after analyzing many things that happened, I also received phone calls, support phone calls. They were saying, like, please support me because I am being threatened. Please help me because this happened to me. What can you say? What should I do? But I also did this investigation with Artículo 19 and Quintolar that is called We Are Going to Get Killed. And after going through the experiences of my colleagues, this was common, the common feeling amongst many people, this total fear that unfortunately has not been reflected on everyone. The organizations have arrived from the country and other countries, but they only help so many people, and many of them did not express what happened to them. And what it matters about that is that now we have more testimonials from other people that we didn't know went through this, because Veracruz is really, really big and it's very complicated. Thank you very much. Do we have any question? We don't have any question here. Okay, so really quickly, you don't have any question over there, so you mentioned a social communication office from the government of Javier Duarte, and you mentioned that they disarticulated some demonstrations, and they also paid for official advertising. What other mechanisms happened in Comunicación Social against journalists? What was the role that they had in this whole matter? Well, they had control over information because in Veracruz we could not divide government or who was involved in the government and who was involved in organized crime in Veracruz. Several officials were linked to human trafficking and disappearance, and it was several layers and corruption of some others of different nature for public expenses, for example, and many situations. So from there, we operated control for almost all of the media. So as a journalist, sometimes we had to talk to businessmen that you worked for, so you could tell them that you had to look at those issues. And it operated in such a way, like this dimension in the case of Regina, that is in social communication. They said that Regina was a lesbian, but it was just a way to intimidate three of the colleagues that were really close to her, because they were saying that Regina had the fingerprints on her body of this person when she was murdered, and that it was small hands. So they were trying to link this by saying that one of us killed her. So they were playing with that information. And also the reporter that came to Regina's funeral and said her lover killed her. And he came from Comunicación Social, this version. It was this control in every way.
Any further questions from the panel? If not, that's it. Thank you very much. We thank Norma Trujillo from Veracruz for her testimony. Now it's time for a break. We'll be back. Thank you.
Les pedimos que vayan tomando sus lugares, por favor. Ya vamos a comenzar nuestra audiencia. Les pedimos que vayamos tomando nuestros lugares, que vayamos sentándonos para tener pues esta última audiencia que hemos estado esperando. Por favor, si quieren ir tomando sus lugares, les agradeceríamos mucho para empezar con la audiencia, por favor. Les pedimos a todas y a todos que puedan pasar a tomar sus lugares. Vamos a continuar con esta audiencia del caso de Miguel Ángel López Velasco. Por favor, si quieren pasar a tomar sus lugares. Quienes están afuera, si quieren pasar a tomar sus lugares, por favor. Las y los jueces también, si quieren, por favor, pasar a tomar sus lugares. Si quieren pasar a tomar sus lugares, ya vamos a comenzar la audiencia, por favor. Quienes están afuera, si nos ayudan a ir pasando para poder comenzar con la audiencia, les agradecemos mucho que vayamos pasando a tomar nuestros lugares, por favor. Les invitamos a que tomemos nuestros lugares para la audiencia. Ya vamos a comenzar, por favor.
We are about to begin next session. Thank you.
Quienes todavía están afuera, si pueden pasar, por favor. Vamos a comenzar la audiencia. Creo que todavía hay algunas personas afuera. Si pudieran ir pasando, por favor. Si pudieran ir pasando quienes están afuera, vamos a comenzar. Si podemos pasar, por favor, vamos a comenzar la audiencia.
Let us begin the hearing. Thank you for taking your seats. We're about to resume. Thank you very much, everybody, for being here today in this important moment for all of us. It has been years for this to take place. We know that there are many circumstances which have led to silence, and it's important to keep peace and not to endanger our beloved ones. We will talk about the case of Miguel Ángel López Velasco, aka Milo Vela. And now we have two important witnesses, his children, that will share with us what has happened. We thank enormously Miguel Ángel López Jr. for his testimony and Yasmin López for her testimony as well. Miguel Ángel López Velasco, his father. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you to everybody, mainly because this witness will be an excellent and the main part of this session. We know that all testaments are personal, but this one will be even more so. In general, thank you for sharing such an experience. So let us begin with my questions. Afterwards, we would like to hear from your own words, and that's the intention behind this contribution. We want to understand more not only the facts of 2011, but also the career as a journalist of your father. How the circumstances in Veracruz arose, which make the journalist profession so hard. So let us begin with that, and I will be guiding your testimony, okay? Very well. My name is Jasmine Lopez Solana. I'm a nurse at the Social Security Institution, which is a government organization. I wasn't close at all to her job. I didn't understand the risks that it entailed, and I had no idea what he had to overcome. But nights before this issue, I dreamt at 5 a.m. that they were murdered. My father's profession, you have said that all of you, I think that you have already said everything that needs to be said. But I would like to talk about that day in particular. Not because I don't want to talk about my father, but it's something I got stuck. It's my own self-censorship. It was one day after the Day of the Father. The previous Sunday, we had a meal. I don't know if that's the right word, but the thing is, we had a meal with a locust, with the we had a in Tabasco. We had lobster, and we were there together. We talked about our adventures. We laughed. And I remember my brother Miguel didn't take his car. And then he told us, take me to see some relatives. And we did go there. Then he said, I forgot a couple of wine bottles in your car. So I had to go back to my house. Back then, I had my own house. My parents had their own house, and my brother had his own house as well as me. The next day, in the morning, back then I wasn't working, and my aunt Araceli called me. We had this radio. Instead of phone, we had a radio, and he sent me a warning, but I didn't see that. Afterwards, I woke up and I saw that, and I wanted to answer. And she told me, where are you? I answered, at home. And they told me there was something happening in San Jerónimo, the street. And she wanted to keep saying something, but I didn't understand. So I wanted to talk to my parents because I didn't know. I didn't know what they want to steal or rob. So I was calling and calling, and they never answered. At some point, I sent a message to my brother Miguel. But before that, a former colleague from the school told me, Jess, I'm so sorry. And I was like, what about what? What's happened? And he told me, where are you? And I replied, I'm at home. Well, come over, that's what he said, because they just killed my parents and Misael. And I believe that they were so nervous, they were so frustrated. And once again, I tried to call these people and nobody, and I was like, are they going to burglarize or are they going to kill them? And I called Chelly, Araceli, we call her Chelly, and I tell her, they just told me that they killed my parents, but you told me that they were burglarized. And I can hear that in my head, that so clearly. Yes, they were killed. So I had no idea what has happened. It's just a big wave that's coming onto me. My heart almost exploded when I arrived in San Jerónimo Street. I see the policemen, but the forensic experts were already gone. They had already taken the bodies of my brother, and I was like, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? Are we supposed to bury them? Are we supposed to cremate them? And they told me, you take care, you take care. So I saw an uncle of me, Yolanda Ordaz, was there as well, with my brother and with my aunt Araceli. And I sat down and I said, this has to be something big. My family had to find some bed sheets, because we had to carry the bodies. And I decided that I was going to bury them. Nobody told us anything, if we could burn them, cremate them, what to do with them. But in the end, everyone left, and it was just me and some of my colleagues and family members. And the crime scene was intact, was full of blood. There was the teeth of someone, and the smell of blood was very pungent. And they didn't do anything. They didn't carry out the ballistic tests. Nothing. And then we had to clean everything. Well, I tried, at least, because the next day my aunt, just imagine, you have to clean the teeth of your own brother. The past week, an uncle of mine died, and my mother said, you have to go to La Naval because there the funeral is cheaper. So imagine having to pay for 3 funerals. So I have to go to La Naval, and I don't remember how much it take, but it was long before the corpses arrived at La Naval. And the next day there were just a few of us. That was the beginning. That was the beginning of all. My brother had to bury his parents, and I was standing under the sun. It was terrible. It was burning so hard. And neither the police nor any psychologist or lawyers or anyone was there. Nobody was there. Nobody told me, "Are you going to file a complaint or anything?" No, they, I didn't want anyone to be there, but at least I wanted some guidance. But there was none. I didn't want to go home, so I stayed in different hotels. But at some point I had to go there. I got home, and I think that a few blocks away there were two vans, two big trucks, and many men with many weapons came out, and I thought I was gonna be dead. And they took my car. And that was the beginning of my nightmare, because I had to file a complaint, not because I wanted to, but because I had to, because of my car. So I called Mr. Olivares, who was the subdirector of the institution, and I felt a relief. I called my brother, and he was desperate as well. That same night, I had to go to the public prosecutor's office. I was alone. No, I was with a friend, and nobody was there. And they treated us like scum. And I understand that my friends were like that, but back then I couldn't understand. Whenever I saw a truck or a van or anything, I felt so afraid. And in that moment, I met Balbina. Balbina helped me. He went to Veracruz. She went to Veracruz. And I said, "What's this woman going to do to me?" Well, she went to Veracruz, and she took me to Mexico City, where I could find my brother. We lived together for some months. He felt that we were in danger, and then he fled. He went to the States, and I stayed here. I couldn't imagine. I didn't know. Nobody, you are entitled to having some free time from your job. I didn't know what to do. If I could have some vacations or anything, I would have fled as well. I had contact with two psychologists, and I think that that was the only moment when I felt the empathy of someone. It was a relative of mine, and she helped me understand that we had a leave. We could have some temporary leave from work. Very quickly, they helped us flee from Veracruz. And I remember that I was like 65 kilos now, back, and then I was like 40. I had to pay for my housing, and I also had to pay for an apartment in Mexico City, and I couldn't afford that. But I did for a year, just for a year, because I couldn't go any longer. I remember that the people from the protection mechanism told me, you can have this subsidy so that the institution for housing would give us a discount, but they refused. They refused. So I had to sell my house and live at my parents' place, and that's where I live now, at my parents' place where they were murdered. Miguel Ángel, when did you start working as a journalist? Yes, with regard to my father's career, he was an ordinary journalist. He was in charge of the police section in Notiver newspaper. Me and my brother worked with him. I was in charge of photography. Whenever he knew that there was an issue or something happening, we would go to take the photos. He would know that through his sources, because he worked for more than 2 decades for that section, and I was a witness of what Felix Marquez and Noé and others mention in their own witnesses. I saw a municipal policeman who was dismembered, and oftentimes we received threats. I was kidnapped once, and they put a gun in my mouth just because I just took a couple photos of any incident. Sometimes you don't really dimension the extent of what you're doing. So thank you, all of you. Thank you, our colleagues. Thank you, the organizations. Thank you for hearing us. Thank you for being here. Those were difficult times, and I know that times are still difficult in the city of Veracruz. The escalated violence started in 2016. We started seeing people with weapons, with bulletproof vests, and since the drug dealer Zeta 14 was murdered, everything became worse. So I started taking photos, and at some point I saw a body over a table, and I was having this feeling that something was really wrong. There was no time for that. I did that all day and all night long. And the violence became rampant. So the policemen started shifting their band. They were turncoats. There were all sorts of policemen, of street policemen, judicial policemen, and they knew everything about you. They knew where we were going, where we lived, because Veracruz is a small city. And the escalation of violence, I insist, was enormous. There were policemen being killed, dismembered. I took photographs of that. They kidnapped them or disappeared them. So the authority insisted in that we shouldn't take any photos, but we still did. We had calls from we don't know who told us, I don't want to see that photo in the newspapers. And you can never understand that escalation of violence unless you live that. And concretely, the investigations for Notiver. Do you know what his investigations were around the time? Yeah, everyone was self-censoring, but but he didn't. He was reporting on some robs of hydrocarbon, stealing of hydrocarbon, and he was reporting that the drug dealers were asking money to all the people, to the traders. There was trafficking in persons, children. People were used as hitmen. We knew that some young people just disappeared and they were taken to Tamaulipas to become hitmen. And when they came back, they were at the service of the drug dealers, and they just to take photos of you. You just saw them because they were just there, around the corner. They knew everything about us. They knew what we were talking about. There was no privacy. There wasn't anything. We were just, I don't know, let us say, we were just chatting. And I was telling someone, well, I just fell from the stairs, and they were there, harassing us. They were listening, and the authorities didn't do anything. They knew they were there, but they didn't do anything. And they were using luxury cars in Veracruz, which was unheard of. And within Notiver, the director, subdirector, did he know anything? Did he change any protocol because of these risks? My father didn't believe in threats. He was threatened many times. After 2017, after the issue of the human head that was found in front of the newspaper, he knew that the escalating of violence will continue. I remember the two guards saw somebody throwing something, and one of them saw the human head, and he almost fainted. There are no photos of that. They were taken by the forensic experts, and they're lost. The only ones who knew that were us. And they left a person with a grenade in his mouth. And there were many vans, and they were asking us, "What are you doing here?" And I was the one replying, "What are you doing here? We didn't believe in threats." And at some point, we knew that our father never told us about the threats because he didn't want us to know that and to disturb our tranquility. So he didn't talk about these things with you. No, he wouldn't. He would never do that. Even days before his murder, I was told that he was in a convenience store and that armed people entered, and they told my brother, "Greetings to your parent." But nobody knew. It was just a couple days before he was murdered. In a demonstration of a quarter or neighborhood leader, we were just taking photographs, and one of our colleagues realized that the leader of the neighborhood took a photo of a car, and that was enough for that colleague to get his camera stolen, and he got beaten up. Something that you would consider so normal was not normal, was enough to put your integrity at risk. We had many calls all the time. We know who you are. We know where you are going. So this happened at night. So we saw that there were some cars, empty cars, with all the doors open. There were many cars surveilling Notiver. Notiver is a local newspaper, but it's important throughout the state. And the scoops were important, so we were working at 5 or 6 a.m. and we still had the scoops in the next edition. That's what my father used to do. He always worked at night or in the early morning. When he was outside the prison of Allende, we were covering an accident, a car accident, and we saw a convoy. And we were very afraid. Then we heard in the radio frequency that there was a car chase. And we heard through the radio, and I remember that they were old people. But the policeman had to do that because he was ambushed. The policemen were ambushed. Fortunately, we didn't get there, which was in Street Avila Camacho. But the thing is, if we had been there, we would have been killed. Like Rene, who went photograph the torture of the students, and I'm very sure that the government didn't like that. And that was our job. That was what we did. We were just the mail letter. We just found out the information, either good or bad. We didn't create that. How old were you when your father and your family was murdered? I was 30 years old. My mother, as my sister said, we were celebrating Father's Day with the family. We were all very happy. And I remember that next Monday, Gabriel Uge called me and told me, someone tried to burglarize your home. Come quick. And I saw a lot of patrols. And there was even a cop who told me, don't go beyond this point. But I told him, it's my parents. And then Gabriel comes out of the house and he tells me, your parents have been killed. And they smashed the door with a big mace. And I found my mother's body with a coup de grace, and my father had no face. So I ran to my brother's room, and his head was also destroyed. I saw bullets all over the place. I don't know if they were able to find them all, but as my sister says, probably that didn't happen. According to the version of the government, the government was blocking the federal activity. So what were the authorities at the time working in the crime scene? First, there were municipal policemen, then state policemen, then the Navy, and then 2 public prosecutors. I saw policemen taking photos, and I was told it's for the report. What report? I said, the Jalapa report. I decided to leave Veracruz. Andrés Timoteo and Mireya Cuellar told me, you're a terrorist, you can't be here. What did I do? Well, next day after the funeral, I went to Mexico City. That's the first thing I did. And I haven't taken a look at the file. I have been in silence all this time because I didn't want my family, my daughter, my colleagues to be at risk because of me. And silence kills. It's very difficult to remain silent. It's really difficult not saying anything. Some people were really mad at me because I stopped talking to them, but that was my strategy, and it worked. And I think it was the right strategy. Today I'm back because this tribunal is going to help all of us to find the truth in the case of my family, in the case of our colleagues whose lives were taken. We have an enemy in common, which is the narco policy. And we need to do that. We need to organize as colleagues, and we have to be more selfless. we need to go through this. I know this is very difficult. It's very painful. We all have colleagues who have been murdered or attacked at some point, or disappeared, or kidnapped, or whatever. Miguel Ángel, there's another enemy, which is impunity, which is why I'm asking you, Miguel Ángel, about your father's case. It's an emblematic case. So that night, when he was murdered, we have heard from the former prosecutor of a series of steps that were taken to preserve the information, to investigate the possible perpetrators. Could you please describe what happened and what didn't happen? Let us say this. Were there any forensic scientists? Yes, they were there. Yeah, they did all the procedures correctly, and they were using the bed sheets to take the bodies to the forensic center. I'm not. I don't know the file, but I do think that the procedures carried out were correct. I don't know if they fabricated certain evidence or if they have disappeared evidence. That's different. And do you know if there's anything in the file regarding that? Well, we are about to begin analyzing the file. I just have some fragments, and in one of these fragments, it says that I called in 2012. I made a call in 2012, and that I said that someone was arrested, and that someone had was involved in the murder. But that's not true. They, the prosecutors, are using my running away as a pretext to say that there are things that do not coincide in their file. They say a man was driving a van 3 blocks away, very 3 blocks away from the house. But what does that have to do with anything? I was asked if I had security cameras, and I was like, of course not. We don't get enough money from that. Who would be paying for that? My mother was the one who worked and who paid all the bills. And she had to do anything, even selling food or whatever. Living as a journalist in Mexico is terrible. You live by day. And at any point, did the prosecutor try to inquire or make questions? Nobody reached out to me. And nobody sent a notification or a delegation or anything. Nobody recorded the testimony. And I also didn't reach out to anybody because I couldn't believe what was happening. And at Veracruz office, prosecutor's office, there is no statement from myself. There is no official statement, no official testimony. And was anyone from Notiver interviewed? Is there any serious inquiry to understand the circumstances or causes of the event? Well, according to the fragments of the file that I have been able to check, I know that there's some statements from Sandra Segura and from other colleagues who mentioned some information. They quoted some things, but who would want to make a statement in that environment of fear? Who would want to say anything? Nobody would. They intimidate everyone. They had succeeded. The repression against free journalism continued. This exists. Specifically in the state of Veracruz, it was terrible. They didn't care. The emotional and physical damage on the families was terrible. They destroyed us. They killed the mother, the father, the brother, just a whole generation. We lost everything. And at that point, we didn't understand that. They were playing with our minds. They were trying to manipulate. They wanted us to say whatever they wanted, whatever it was good for them. All the statements in the prosecutor's office helped me understand what they wanted. And I mean the people, the authorities. And what did they seek? What did they want? They wanted me to make mistakes, to equivocate in the statements. So the federal general attorney asked me to make a statement, and I replied that I didn't understand all the details. And one of the staff, one of the members of the staff says, well, this person, Carranza, was a member of the Ceras cartel, and then he changed sides, and then he became a member. And he told me, is that correct? And I tell him, no, that's what you want to say, but I cannot confirm that. And now I had to live in the U.S. I was uncommunicated. I really believed that everyone was going to intervene my phone. I think that was part of their strategy. It was very difficult. When I was in the U.S., I heard of many mornings where journalists were being killed. Gabriel, Guillermo, Esteban, Yolanda, all of them were murdered. And that happened in the early morning, all the time. And I checked the internet, and that was what's happening. There was a lot of pain. Silence does kill. Not being able to say anything, not to be with your colleagues really kills. It's terrible. And today, we're trying to change that. Once again, I thank you for this space you're opening for me, for your passion for seeking the truth. And I believe that this begins with this case, and I would also like to hear from the other colleagues' families. That's what we need. No more impunity. Unfortunately, Mexico is the country of impunity. Authorities just erase, destroy, disappear evidence. Why did you go to the US, and when was that? Well, I found the organizations in Mexico City. Alejandro Menendez let me stay at his place. I was a correspondent for La Jornada, and I had to come and go all the time, as if I worked there, but actually, well, I just wanted to forget everything. So I had some meetings with these organizations for the protection of journalists, and they recommended that I should leave the country. And they told me, we're going to help. And I was desperate. I was so desperate because I didn't understand how long the process was to obtain asylum in another country. So I found my own devices to cross the border. That was in April. And when I arrived, I thought I would spend a couple months there and wait until everything was calm enough for me to go back. But when I was there, my colleagues from Noriver, Guillermo Luna, Gabrieluje, Esteban, and Iracema were murdered. That's why I contacted the organizations again, and I told them I need to seek asylum here. And they asked me, are you sure? It's a very difficult process. You don't know what you're dealing with. But I told them, if I go back, they're going to kill me. So this is the moment to do that. So I found Carlos Spector, who is a specialized lawyer for migration issues. He took on my case. We started the procedure together with him and with exiled Mexicans, this organization called Exiled Mexicans. I started this process to obtain the American citizenship. I would also like to thank the United States for granting me asylum and now an economic and emotional stability. Now that I am a citizen of the US, I feel strong enough to come back to Mexico and talk to my colleagues and with the families of the murdered journalists. But now it's time to get ahead. I hope this tribunal would be the watershed to end impunity that is so strong in Mexico. We need to finish these stories of corruption, all of those who are not in jail, those authorities who have created psychological and physical violence against our colleagues. Not a single one more, no more deaths. Not a single tear must be shed anymore. We want this to end. And it depends on us. It depends on what we do now. Jasmine, what do you expect from this effort, from this tribunal? I expect that this will be the beginning of many more cases. I really hope that this won't be just Milo's case, but that all the cases, not only from Veracruz, but from all the world, will be heard. I hope they will have the opportunity that today you are giving to us, to my brother, and to me, to my family. We want to remove that stain that the government placed upon my family. It was not just my parents' case, it was most of their journalists' case. Their names are stained, such as the case of Regina.
The very government, and listening to all of the speakers that we had for this week, there are stains on our names before society. With my neighbors, I started to go to tell the government about streetlights, and a person was maybe joking, but said like, "Come on, Jasmine. If they did nothing for your parents for that case, do you believe they are going to give us streetlights?" That's how the government works in facing the citizens. That's how they are looking at it. They don't do anything. I see a light again. I don't know if it's going to be cleared out or not. I don't really trust, because they have given me the idea like we are going to find an answer, we are going to find justice. Maybe it's because of political interest, because that's true. They took us to the new governor 1 or 2 years ago, and they set up a plate in memoriam of the journalists, and they told us give us a number. So I hope that's the case. Thank you, both of you. And if you want something else, of course. Decriminalization of the fallen journalists. For example, they are saying that they were linked to criminals. And I was talking to other people, and they said, like, we will not have only one version of the story. We have our sources, and they are not giving us the official information. But us as journalists, we are compelled to investigate. That what is being said through a channel makes sense, because when it is official, they are trying to criminalize. They are trying to for you to only use one version of the facts. So that's it, and thank you very much, everyone. I don't know if the panel has any more questions or comments. All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Miguel Ángel López Jr. and Jasmine López, children of Milovela, Miguel Ángel López Velasco. Thank you for your testimony and for this reunion after so many years. Thank you very much for sharing with us your pain, your experiences, and this reunion after so many years. Thank you. We are going to ask the presence of Mr. Gonzalo Cortez Javier, please, lawyer and external consultant in the case of Miguel Ángel López. Oh, okay. So we will have our lunch break, and then we will come back.
Les invitamos a que vayamos pasando, por favor. Les invitamos a que ya vayamos pasando.
We're about to resume the session. Well, this is the closing session of the People's Permanent Tribunal on the murder of journalists. Unfortunately, Mr. Cortés Javier, who is the advisor lawyer in the case of López Velasco, won't be able to be here with us. So we'll go to the section of the testimony of Balbina Flores, representative of RSF in Mexico, to bear witness. Go ahead, Balbina, you have the floor. Good afternoon, Balbina. Welcome to this tribunal. Please share with us, if you may. Please introduce yourself, introduce your work within RSF for many years. I know that you made a follow-up on this case after the assassination of Milo Vela. You accompanied the family members and you made a follow-up on their file with regard to what was done and what was not done. So could you please describe us to the best of your ability to establish the level of impunity and in that way telling as much as possible how from the moment of the assassination the investigation was carried out? Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for listening to me, for being here to listen to us. I will try to answer the questions that you have posed. I started my work as a correspondent for Reporters Without Borders in Mexico. Nowadays I am a representative, but back then I was a correspondent. I started working for RSF in 2002, I think. That was long ago. I will try to remember those details, but because so many things have happened since then, and of course I remember some details better than the others. But in the particular case of Miguel Ángel, first I would like to say that this case is the one that has shocked me the most. There are so many others that have shocked me, but this one in particular. The case of his family, his son, his wife, his children has had an enormous impact on me. I have been witness of many things. I cannot provide you with a lot of details, but I knew that as a correspondent my role was to find all the information that I could of whatever had happened at the moment of Miguel Ángel and his wife and son's assassination. So this is what I did. So in Reporters Without Borders, we had a background information, which was the threat Miguel Ángel received on the 3rd of May 2007, if I recall correctly. A threat that Miguel Ángel Jr. mentioned in his testimony. There was a human head, a severed head, outside the facilities of Notiver with a message that was later recovered by the police. I have tried to find within my memory, because I hold so much information in my brain, but I think that I still have the number of Miguel Ángel López Velasco somewhere. And I remember that I talked to him, I called him the day of that threat. I called him, it was a very quick call. I just asked him what happened. And he just quickly told me what they had found outside Notiver. And well, as his children have mentioned, they didn't think it was necessary to have an urgent protection. We didn't have protection measures either, that didn't exist back then, but of course the authorities technically have that constitutional mandate taking care of all the citizens. So I remember that we published that note with regard to the threats against him, and I think we were the only organization that published that. I tried to trace back within the pages of Notiver and other newspapers, and I couldn't find a single register of that note. I must have the notebook where I jot down that information. It must be somewhere. I don't know. But the thing is, it was so shocking. Whenever I contact journalists or colleagues of journalists who have been murdered, I always say that's a source I don't have anymore. I can't count anymore. I can't speak to them anymore. And after the murder of him, his family, I had that number. So the first person I reached out to was Luz Maria. And I think it was Luz Maria, the one who contacted Jasmine a week later. The only thing that was clear to me back then is that Milo Vela's family had to flee that place because the murder took place in such a fashion that it was so impactful. It was one of the most terrible murders. It was also the case of Regina and other colleagues, but it was so impactful. For us, for me, the murder of Milo Vela was watershed in the situation of free press in Veracruz. From that point on, there was an escalate of violence that became uncontrollable against journalists. And we have been documenting that since then. When I found the contact, I don't know what I did, but I probably called Jasmine. Luz Maria contacted Jasmine. I went to Veracruz. I think I went to a Sanborns cafe, and there I found Jasmine. It was really difficult for me just talking to her. I was alone. And Luz Maria was there too, and the three of us were chatting. And the first thing I proposed to Jasmine was to leave the state. I thought that as my responsibility. She knew that his brother had to run away, so she told me. Well, I don't recall if she said, I'm going to think about it or anything, but the thing is, I insisted, and a few days later, she fled Veracruz and arrived in Mexico City. And since then, we're still good friends. 12 years ago. When did you start getting interested in the file, in the judicial file, in the investigation? Well, after I started speaking to Jasmine, I think that one of the priorities for me was understanding what happened as part of the official investigation. I remember that when there was this murder, there was a lot of information about the situation, but nothing straightforward, nothing concrete. There were so many versions among the colleagues. And I think I reached out to a lawyer of the National Commission for Human Rights. It was the person who was supposed to speak before me, but he's not here. And I asked the commission for help, because I knew that I couldn't do this alone. I asked for help to go back to Veracruz and to try to know what types of investigation had been opened or done in the case of Milo Vela. And I think we went a couple times to the city of Veracruz because the investigation started in that city and it stayed and it became stagnant in that city. And then the file was transferred to Jalapa. But the first days, well, I don't know how to say this. We were struggling. We were struggling to find and to have access to the investigation. I know that they were telling us, well, you should go to the public prosecutor's office in the city of Veracruz, and they told us, no, you have to go to Jalapa to see the file because the file's in Jalapa. The thing is, there was no clarity with regard to what to do. Why was the file given to the authorities in Jalapa? Because there's a place where the Attorney General of Veracruz is. It's located in Jalapa. It's like a central office that claimed jurisdiction over this type of investigations. But the thing is that we found the file in Veracruz, in the city of Veracruz, where the investigation began in the first place. I don't know if that was before or after, but the thing is that we were able to review what we wanted to know. The images of the cameras that were near the address of Milo Vela, and so we went to the prosecutor's office. There was an order coming from the Attorney General in Jalapa to the office that was carrying out the investigation in Veracruz for us to access the file. We were chasing that file. We were chasing it. And at 8 p.m., we were finally able to arrive at the facilities of the public prosecutor's office to check this file, which was so big. It was so strange. It was like a very lonely place to be a government organization. In the city of Veracruz, it was pretty lonely. And the lawyer treated us really badly. He didn't want us to see the file. In the end, the lawyer was actually able to see some things in that file, but half an hour later, well, maybe 1 hour, I don't know, we had like a time limit to check the file. There was no freedom. It was 9 p.m. or 10 p.m. when they told us, that's it, you don't have any more time. We have to go. So we have to go. We had to go. We couldn't see the file as we would have liked to tell Jasmine, well, look, this is what we found. This is what is happening. We did see that the images of the cameras that were near Miguel Ángel and his family's home were not there. The images were not there. So we had to request to the Commission of Human Rights to access those images to see whatever they had recorded, which was what we wanted to see. But for that, we had to wait like a month. I can't recall. We were finally able to see those images, and there was nothing in the images. But it was in the file, madam. Well, just a couple testimonies from people who were near the crime scene. I believe that there was like a statement from the two cops that were at the surveillance module near his home. Those were the contents of the file, just those statements that were repeated. several times. There were photos of the crime scene, of the bodies, throughout the file. Nothing like a no procedure of investigation procedure, any type of that. I don't think so. I can remember there were many letters, official letters, some of which had to do with that some prosecutor required some information, and they asked that to another prosecutor. There were many information requests to witnesses, to the police, and that's what we could find. And tell us, how are you accompanying now the family in the effort of finding the truth? After that, after what I just said, we realized that nothing was going to happen in Veracruz because nobody wanted to help. Nobody wanted to do anything. We couldn't even take a look at the file, and because of the insecurity environment, it would have been so difficult. That's why we tried to talk to some reporters from Noriver, and we couldn't find them. It was until years later that I was finally able to find an editor, but it was just like a short discussion, and we could never find close colleagues. So we started seeking the way of making the federal prosecutor to claim jurisdiction on the case. So we reached out to the federal prosecutor for the investigation of crimes against journalists of the Attorney General, and on the 31st of December, 2 years after the murder, they finally claimed that jurisdiction. Could I try to interrupt you to ask, well, I understand that you have defended freedom of speech and journalists, and you were involved in Article 73, and you made so many efforts to get that constitutional reform to allow for the law that would get that request to the federal prosecutor, what we call the attraction or extraction power. Yesterday, the former prosecutor told us that some people were involved, but could you tell us a bit more of that from your point of view? I can't remember if it was that year. I know that there was no way that a federal prosecutor would claim jurisdiction over that case, so we started this process hand in hand with Freedom House, Article 19, RSF, and other organizations that I don't remember right now. But the thing is, we were working together, we were analyzing. There was Michael Connor, who was from CPJ, and he encouraged very much that reform. It was very clear for all of us that for that claim of jurisdiction we needed a new law, a new legal framework, because there was nothing to support that claim in legal terms. So we encouraged that initiative. There were many discussion fora at the Senate, in the Chamber of Deputies, and there were several internal meetings with the different organizations where we proposed because the murders became worse. and we stated that this reform was necessary. So the Attorney General needed tools to claim jurisdiction over those investigations. So the article was reformed, I think 2 years afterwards, after that discussion. It was approved by the Chamber of Deputies, and as a result of that reform, it was established that for the jurisdiction claim, the investigations of crimes against freedom of speech, there must be certain requirements to be met. Indirect victims can request that claim. Organizations can also request that claim, but mainly the direct victims. And the prosecutor itself has its powers to request the investigations when these were relevant, when these were important cases. Well, in other words, that's what they did.
Yesterday we were discussing something and we were perplexed regarding the direct and indirect victim status and the consistency in which victims could qualify. It was necessary for victims to be recognized as direct before they could be able to request this, or they had the right to request this jurisdiction, or was it something automatic that was perceived by the prosecutor's office in the exercise of this right? I think that back then this was not something as well recognized by the prosecutor offices. The thing about victims in Mexico and this discussion about the rights of victims, this is a discussion that is a little bit more recent. And from this whole disappearance situation in Mexico, around 100 people who disappeared, for over 5 years now, we started with this whole discussion, and maybe a little bit longer, about the rights of victims. And even back then, we did not have the Executive Commission for the Assistance to Victims. What we had before was, and by the way, I was remembering that the current prosecutor of human rights that depends on the Commission against the violation of human rights is now the prosecutor of the FGR. So we asked from her to provide us assistance for Jasmine, because back then we did not have any way to go to any other institution. So it was not the Victim Assistance Agency, there was another name. And we asked this from them. And the office also requested for assistance for her, but it happened because we actually pushed the office. So she was given this psychological assistance, for example, because of the situation that she was going through. And we knew that this was urgent, that the institutions had to be in charge of that situation. And then we started with this whole struggle, because the institutions in Mexico have to be in charge of the victims. They have to be responsible for them, their psychological assistance and legal assistance, and just general assistance for them. And I believe that that is clear right now. The problem in Mexico is not the legal framework in general, but how it is applied, this legal framework, either for victim assistance or how these investigations are transferred to other agencies. And what's the effect that this had? I understand that we are exercising this jurisdiction exercise or this transfer exercise of the official documents from the special agency in the case of Miguel Ángel López. What was the immediate effect that this transfer of jurisdiction had? I remember that it was not as fast, because what happened to Miguel Ángel was in 2011, and this transfer of jurisdiction formally happened in 2013, 2 years later. And I don't remember if these murders already happened, the murders of Miguel Ángel in Otiver. I don't know if they already happened back then. So it was like this really big pressure on the prosecutor's office, and we tried. When I say we, I am talking about Reporters Without Borders, but of course working for the organization, we pushed the prosecutor's office so they could transfer that jurisdiction. So I remember that the office said, no, we have to wait for the office in Veracruz to send the file. And I said, like, this is a speech that we always hear because we asked for this, but they don't want to send it. And that's what the prosecutor was saying yesterday. And we were like in the middle of this all. And as an organization, we were pushing on the one hand, but there was no effect. They decided to transfer the jurisdiction, and I think we requested it directly because Jasmine, being here, we went to the FEADLO like 2 or 3 times, and we met directly with the attorney back then, and we asked them to transfer that jurisdiction and to ensure the safety of Miguel's family. And that's how the office asked for protection measures for Jasmine and her aunt. So for several years, and they had escorts and they had safety cameras, and we recently learned that these measures were finished in 2019, but the family was not notified about that situation. And when they deliver this file, when this jurisdiction is transferred, is this investigation accelerated? What happened with that investigation? The thing is that the federal agency starts to talk to the Veracruz agency, so they send the file, and that file was not complete. So it's like other 2 or 3 documents. The first document requesting for the file, and then reminding them that they didn't send the information, and the third document saying that this has not arrived. So as we have seen in many other cases, this is bureaucracy. This is administrative bureaucracy that obstructs justice. I mean, these documents come and go. What I could say in conclusion for this matter is that what we are handling is bureaucracy, but also the lack of action from authorities. I mean, they just sent documents back and forth, but they didn't do anything else. I don't remember having seen them going directly, to do some kind of diligence directly. What I remember is that when this happened, this assassination happened, there is this federal prosecutor that created a document, a circumstance document. But they just did that because, of course, who continues with the investigation, who does the investigation, the local investigation, is the Veracruz prosecutor's office, not the federal one. So they just did this circumstance document of the facts that happened there, but they did not continue with it. They did not send it to the federal agency. So for me, it was like, why did they create this document if they didn't even follow up on that? So it was in the hands of the of the Veracruz agency, and they didn't do anything about it. And I think that it was the first representative from 2012 until 2015 that went to Veracruz and other localities of the country that spoke to us yesterday for these investigations. And is that the case for these and other cases? And I am not so sure about that. There were some cases because she talked about a really specific case. There was a case in Tuxpan. And for then in Veracruz, there were several journalists that were murdered. And I don't remember, and I think that Jasmine and I agree on that. I don't remember being informed that the conversations that we had with Jasmine, that for a prosecutor to go directly to do diligences on these cases. I don't recall that. I don't recall that. I am not so sure that they did that. The only thing that I remember is this circumstance document, but like specific diligences to clear out the assassination of Miguel Ángel and his family. No, I don't remember that. What's the situation of the file, this investigation currently? The file is currently open. I mean, after 12 years, the prior investigation is in the previous system, not in the current system, by the way. It is still open. The current prosecutor, what they have said is that they are running investigation diligences, but right now we don't really know what's the type of diligence that they are doing. They said that they have an investigation plan, but we don't really know in detail what this consists of. Hopefully they can tell us soon. But the only thing that we know right now is that this investigation after 12 years is still open. And it is still open because of a simple reason. Because we did not let that file get lost. Because we know that it has happened in many other cases that the files just get archived. They are suspended until there are new elements of the investigation. They are not going to find new elements, of course, if there is not an investigation. So that file is not closed because we, especially Jasmine, because I've always called Jasmine like we have to do this or that, but it is a way to remind them that they have not done their jobs and that we are there to continue surveilling what they have not been doing. So that's why this is still open. That's why it is there. And that's why what they did, one of the things that we saw is that Miguel Angel's file, it's like 7 or 8 chapters. But during the time Laura Borbolla was there, that is the former prosecutor, she had a thought to group all of the files, Miguel Ángel, Yolanda, Gabriel, Esteban. So they were all accumulated, and instead of having 8 volumes, it was 20 volumes. So when are people going to check 20 volumes when it's 4 different cases? So we started to see like what was the argument, so everything was accumulated, and what was legally the explanation that they provided, so all of these files were accumulated. We didn't find it clearly. Just one day, the prosecutor that was in charge of the investigation proposed the prosecutor that they had to be grouped because that was the reason. All of the journalists are from the same media, not even. But also, organized crime was involved in all of them. But legally, we cannot find an explanation. And, well, we stayed with that, like, okay, we also know that. but legally we didn't have like this clarity. So what we did was that we said like we have to ask the prosecutor, Lilian, which is what we have done for months now, is to separate this file. While all of them are journalists and they belong to the same media, the facts took place in different moments in time. And also in none of these cases, including the other cases of journalists in Otiver, they have considered their journalistic work, and that is one of the things that we also detected in the case of Miguel Ángel. Nor the prosecutor's office of Veracruz nor the general office have considered so far the journalistic work of Miguel Ángel, what he was investigating, what he was writing. And the only thing that we find there, and that's because we offer that at some point with the approval of Jasmine, were the journalistic notes of Miguel Ángel. But there is no other examination, no other investigation, there is no context analysis of the journalistic work of Miguel Ángel, and the same thing happened with the others, with the other cases of journalists from Notiver. How many cases, as the representative of RSF, how many cases have you handled or you continue to handle regarding the murder of journalists, more or less? Well, I don't have the information right now because it's many of them. It's like 150 journalists assassinated in Mexico, and I believe that in all these years, at least 50, because I stay in touch with all of these families, as I kept it with Yasmin, for example. And it's disappeared journalists and murdered journalists. But I think it's around 50. And sometimes I'd rather don't remember the number because it's many of them. And each case is so concerning. I remember that I didn't remember the names of all journalists by heart, but when they reached number 80, I started to not count them anymore, because I said, like, I cannot keep on counting numbers. I cannot just save these numbers as statistics. So every time there is a murder, it is really hard for me to add up to this number, because it's not numbers, it's people. And it's not just journalists, it's their families. So if we say, like, okay, there are 150 journalists, how many families are there behind that? So I think that it's around 50 between disappeared, murdered, displaced people, because that's another situation that was not mentioned here. One of the main impacts of Miguel Angel's murder and other journalists in Veracruz was displacement, forced displacement. Many journalists started to leave Veracruz and find shelter here in Mexico City, but also many others left the country. And actually, right now, there is one journalist that is still on exile in Europe. So it is many cases. It is many cases, and truthfully, we are making a huge effort to follow up on those where it is possible to carry out work closer to the families, because it is clear for us that we cannot do anything without the families. If they don't approve that, if they do not agree, if they don't want to talk, we are not going to do it. But in general, the status of the files, the measurement of the fight that you have to do with all of the agencies is equivalent in all of the cases. The patterns are the same. You mean omission or action patterns from the authorities? Omission, I believe. I don't recall the year exactly, but at some point when I ran a report that was called, like, the heavy impunity in Mexico, and it had to do with that, the omission of any action, sometimes the absolute omission of any action from the authorities. sometimes during the investigations of murders of journalists, if in the specialized agency, it is very hard because they do not have the power to transfer the jurisdiction of the cases. If they have 9 or 10 cases, that's a lot. Most of the investigations of murders of journalists are in local offices. And now I am going to ask you to maybe talk about your experience and for you to give us your opinion. We are talking about impunity. We're talking about impunity these last couple of days. It could be for denial of access to justice, but there is also another impunity that is really concerning for the judges. If I can speak on their behalf, it concerns me as well, and that is the creation of institutions, excessive institutions that are too bureaucratic, and it complicates the access of victims. Yesterday, they were describing the protection mechanism, and they were talking about 5 governmental agencies that were involved in the decision making only for analysis to know if these protection measures were applicable or not. So without putting you in the spotlight, but as a person who has been in these negotiations, because that is something that responded to the demands from the civil society. So what do you think, and at what extent or in which point do you find the reliability and the potential effectiveness or value of these institutions?
Well, yes, Mexico is one of the countries with the largest amount of institutions created for the protection of journalists, and I think that the government, the many governments we have had, have communicated this very clearly. But the problem is that apparently the more the institutions, the greater the sloppiness. Now we have this federal prosecutor for the investigation of crimes against journalists. We have a commission for the attention of victims, a program, protection mechanism, a program for the National Commission of Human Rights. But on the one hand, the having too many makes that these cancel each other. They are not working together. There is no collaboration, no dialogue among them. Sometimes it's like a competition among them. And something that must be mentioned is that in the past 3 years, it seems that these institutions have been weakened. There is bureaucracy, but on top of that, we must talk about the weaknesses. And I mean lack of resources, not only money. Definitely, we know that they have 300 million and I don't know how much pesos, how many pesos. This is not enough. They need much more than that. At least 500 million pesos to work properly. But we're not only talking about money. We're talking about human resources, the staff working for these institutions. Probably the former prosecutor mentioned the number of prosecutors, but probably it was 13. Nowadays, I believe that the Attorney General has at least 25. But they still lack a specialized investigation police. So the Attorney General needs the support of the investigation police, but they don't have a special unit for this type of investigations in the case of journalists. They don't have experts. They have to rely upon the experts of other agencies. So the Commission for the Attention to Victims also lacks trained staff for the attention of journalists. They cannot serve anybody in that way. There's a huge lack of economic and human resources, as well as a lack of professionalism. There's no specialization. The, the newly appointed prosecutor has to be trained. They have to learn everything from scratch. And that's part of the impunity problem we have. Because the victims are forced to contact another person who has no idea of what's happening and who also doesn't care. It is true that these institutions are very insensitive. They don't care. Recently, I heard that they had some psychologists in a certain prosecutor's office because there were so many journalists who have been murdered while their children are watching. So the prosecutor told us now there are specialized psychologists for children. And that's important because these children, at some point, they will be asked to make a statement. And all the victims, not only children, must be protected and they will have to be attended by psychologists and so forth. And more often than not, institutions lack these people, these specialized psychologists. We have a lot of bureaucracy. That's what we do have. We lack economic and human resources, lack of training, lack of specialized staff. Thank you. No more further questions. I don't know if there are any consultations from the panel. Go ahead, Eduardo, please. Thank you very much. This question is a follow-up on the questions made by Madame Prosecutor. Thanks to Balbina, first of all, for her witness. I understand that, Balbina, you have talked about very concrete situations in Veracruz. The Madame Prosecutor wanted to consider your experience, and that's the topic of my question. I understand what you have done. I know what you do. So, do you think that there was a real policy and a real political will from the side of the Mexican state to make any progress with regard to effective policies to prevent violence and sanction them whenever they happen? They were telling us that some things were done, but these were insufficient. And of course, insufficiency is a violation to human rights. But according to your experience, have you seen an effective and clear policy that reflects the political will to tackle this problem? I'm going to be harsh, but no, that's my answer. No, I haven't. If there were policies, we wouldn't be here. That's what the prosecutor told us yesterday. I do believe that there are actions that have been taken. There are initiatives, some of which have worked, some others have not. But a clear policy as such has never existed. It doesn't exist because all the administrations, all governments, they do not only have their own colors and their own parties. They have their own ideas with regard to how to do politics. And when talking about human rights and freedom of speech, well, that's not exactly what they prioritize. we can see that there is no clear policy to strengthen the institutions of human rights defenders or freedom of speech. There is no program of attention. The program that exists at the Commission for the Human Rights has almost disappeared. It's completely invisible. We have a protection mechanism that tries to serve the users, but it hasn't been consolidated. We have a federal prosecutor with a harmonized protocol of investigation that has been applied gradually. We all have been part of the elaboration of such protocol. We could say that there are certain actions, there is certain will from the side of certain prosecutors, but a policy as such does not exist. If it existed, we will be seeing a different situation. We wouldn't be following, we wouldn't be counting anymore so many deaths. May I intervene? Gil? Go ahead.
You go first.
Okay. So my question is, prosecution office the power to investigate or not to investigate, and which are the mechanisms of accountability, where to whom the prosecutor is due to report the results of the investigation.
I believe I kind of catch, in spite of the sound, you're questioning who has the power of investigating, who inside the federal prosecutor office. No, sorry. So, who are they accountable to in the case of an investigation? What's the last instance? Well, the ones who should be accountable is the General Attorney of the Republic. Secondly, at that same level, the Secretariat of Government, the Ministry of the Interior, I believe that it should be the Congress and the President, because the main responsibility belongs to the executive power. It's the responsibility of the government as a whole. Mexico is a federation. Each state has its own governor and its own prosecutor, their own investigators, and so forth. All of them should be accountable, and we should always demand that accountability.
Another question. Out of the 150 journalists who have been killed, can you give us a figure on convictions in those cases? And are you aware of the facts and how they happen to be convicted?
Well, out of the over 150 cases of murder journalists, how many convictions have there been? Do you know that?
And why were they convicted? How did that happen?
And how did that happen? How do you reach a point where you are convicting people? Well, I don't know if I can give you a figure, but whatever I can say is that I have the data from the prosecutor's office itself, from the FIATL, because we don't have an exact record of the convictions within the local prosecutor's offices with regard to journalists in particular. I recall that the last number in the FIATL's record was 3 or 4 convictions, just in the case of murders. In the case of disappeared journalists, there is none, not a single one. And I know that local offices in general have around 12. 12. 12 plus 3, well, that's it, which is a negligible number. Those are the data. That's what we know. That's what we have. We have had convictions in other types of aggressions and attacks, but in the case of murder journalists, that's the data we have. No more. And we definitely want to have more. Yes, concretely, after 11 years, almost nothing has happened, but you said that the file is still open. What does this mean? Is there a way to check that data? Can the lawyers put pressure to demand progress? Or is the file just like frozen without nothing happening? Right, well, the file is open, technically. What can be done 12 years after the events? That's a question, and I don't know if I can give an answer. There are so many aspects. What we have seen is that we have lost so many elements of the investigation. Uh, of course, many witnesses are dead, and of course there are others who never wanted to make any statement out of fear. You definitely know this. There are 3 colleagues, 3 journalists who are not here today, but who sent their written testimonies. And that can be explained. I don't know if it was Felix who said that, but fear in Veracruz is still there. Self-censorship of journalists still exists. That has never ceased. There are steps to be taken. We must know first where we want to go. I don't know if we can make any progress when there are no elements left after 12 years. There might be a couple things that can be clarified within the investigation. mainly those details and the fabricated evidence by the police. There were statements that were fabricated, as Miguel mentioned. I was never asked anything. How can there be a statement by me? They just based on a policeman who said, I went to the funeral and I asked him directly, and he told me that. And then next day, the colleagues told me something different, but they didn't want to give their names. And they told me that Miguel Angel's murderer was this or that person, but there is no testimony, no official record. There is nothing signed. How can we believe a policeman of Veracruz? And we don't know him, we don't know who he is, we don't know where he heard that. So I think that there are three things that we were able to see, and one of those is that investigations carried out by the Veracruz prosecutor's office and the procedures that they carried out have not been enough to clarify the murder of Miguel Angel, the murder of his wife, and the murder of his son. This is the first conclusion. Second conclusion: the mastermind of this event hasn't been identified or investigated. Those are the two concrete pieces of information I can give you. That's what we know. Thank you. I wanted to make a question when I was listening to Jasmine and Miguel. I was wondering, what could be a way of redressing? What could be a way of repairing for the families? Also this year, what's the overview? What's your opinion with regard of the status of freedom of speech in Mexico? What's the current situation of freedom of speech? I don't know if we could make a comparison with the past. If you could say that 2012 was the worst year and we're better off right now, or what's your opinion? What's coming? What's coming in the future? This year we just have 8 murders. Imagine that. Well, what could be a way of finding redress? I will just say, whatever I have heard from the victims, there is nothing. There's nothing that can be repaired. Nothing can substitute a life, and in this case, the losing 3 lives is just shocking. What we can do is acknowledging the journalistic labor of a person, supporting their families, accompanying them. That's what we can do. But losing a life, losing a colleague's life, cannot be repaired. So if we think about this from this point of view, once I asked Jasmine, and from the very beginning, I wanted to know how to recognize his father's job. It's difficult to make these kind of questions, you know. I swear that I was present during the case of Miroslava Breach and Javier Valdez, and when we were talking about redress, it was always difficult for me to hear that question. How do you want this to be redressed? It will always be a hard question to listen. We cannot talk about these things anymore. And the commissions for the protection of victims and in the prosecutors' offices, they all talk about money, they all talk about numbers, they all talk about figures. And I think that we must look for different ways. And one has to do with acknowledging their labor. In the case of Milo and in other cases, there was always this version that, well, they were linked to the mafias and, well, they were colluded. They recriminalize those who cannot defend themselves anymore. And I have always said, when you show me clearly that that person had links, and you show me the links, that day I will believe that version. But for as long as I don't have those elements, they will always be victims. And I am convinced, 12 years later, I'm still convinced that Miguel Ángel López Velasco's murder was because of his job as a journalist. And with regard to what you said, I don't want to look into the future. I believe that we have to look at the present, our daily reality, and we need to find a way to transform that. I don't see any short-term transformation, in a good way at least. The situation we now live in is very, very hard. We would like to believe that things are going to improve. We all thought that in 2019 that things were going to change. Because I have heard that from many of my colleagues. They tell me, I didn't think there would be so many murder journalists. It's just amazing. Hope is sometimes diluted. It fades away. But we are the ones who hold that hope. We are part of that hope. If there are no more further questions from the panel, I just want to say thank you. Thank you, Balbi.
Thank you very much, Balbina Flores, the representative in Mexico of Reporters Without Borders, for her testimony and her participation regarding the case of Miguel Ángel López Velasco. And we are now going to briefly ask if there is any intervention from the defense. Jenny? According to what was communicated, the right of the government of Mexico to present their defense in front, facing the act of accusation, was communicated, and we have documents that state that they have received the whole necessary documentation, but so far we have maintained this space open for the defense. In the absence of the defense, we assume that the government and the tribunal includes the documents of the absence of this defense from the government, and these documents will substitute the defense. Rather general assessment, because that is part of the process that includes 3 model cases, and we maintain open the possibility all the way to the conclusion of this procedure that includes other cases of Sri Lanka and Syria, and that will conclude on October. So we will communicate the conclusion to the government to see if we have different answers that are less negative or positive or more positive in that sense. But in that sense, we determine the weight for the defense from the government of Mexico. All right, so if I may, Judge Panel, and reaching the end of these hearings, after today's, I will issue my conclusion report, and with that, we will close and give the floor to the president so he can officially close these sessions. I believe that what we have heard in these 2 days can only be responded with this tribunal and its relevance in order to make a determination regarding the severity, the intensity, and the hardship of what is going on in Mexico. And I think that we have read many reports, and I think that the reports are very important in all organizations, the civil society and governmental agencies or pseudo-governmental agencies and associations, and even more than that. But I believe that there is no report that can be the equivalent of the severity of the reality of what we have heard from these people. I want to recognize all of the people who participated with different roles from different positions in these hearings. I believe that there is no question. As a conclusion, from my point of view, I was saying at the beginning what's the intensity and the profoundness of this situation from 2006, 2007, and it is a country that we appreciate, that we respect, that we believe we know, but it is facing this whole transformation that makes violence something that is not dimensioned or sized by the international community. And many of us, this violence then is generated from this fight that is uncovered against drug dealing that actually turns into this handling of interests and money, and this new corruption game that turns these sectors of the Mexican society and people into victims of this network. And one of the highest prices, of course, without prejudice to other sectors of the population that suffer, of course they continue to suffer, we find journalists that, in addition to being citizens, in addition to, of course, being Mexican and direct victims, they become that target, that focus of becoming something uncomfortable or complicated, because at some point in one of the testimonies they were talking about, we become prosecutors, we become lawyers, we become the defense when we were investigating, when we started to report, when we started to inform what they are doing to our neighbors, to our friends, to our professors. And we have been able, through these initial testimonies, I know that you must agree with me, Ana Hernandez, Adela Navarro, Jorge Carrasco, these representatives and spokespeople of the main media of the country, that even though you don't know Mexico, you know Proceso and Zeta, and they told us this story about. And for me, with this cohesiveness regarding how they continue to do this work, when they know the causes, when they feel how powerless they are, when they are not able to inform these situations and having to conceal the situations. Nevertheless, it doesn't stop this need to communicate, this need to always use that responsibility that journalists have taken, as only few journalists in other latitudes of the world. And if I may, I want to mention that all countries in the world, and I am talking with the lack of knowledge that I got, many in the countries in the world go through wars, they go through crises and national crises and dictatorships. And well, these are horrific things that leave their mark in these countries and generations, and everybody lives with that stigma, with that trauma. Possibly human beings are beasts like that, and we cannot avoid that. But what allows for these societies to go from those periods into better periods or into renewed periods, or this reconstruction of a society, is the capacity of using institutions, using laws, pre-existing and new laws in order to carry out the proper functioning of institutions. Old, renewed institutions, functional institutions that can respond to the needs of the victims and recognize what has been done and who has done that. Definitely breaking this impunity that we have been talking about in these 48 hours. I think that the biggest problem, responsibility of this tribunal, is to construct, analyze, and expose, especially build this new future for Mexico from this experience and from many other experiences. And that is by talking about this impunity that persists. We've had testimonies that were as important as the one from Dr. Lucia Lagunes, Sara Mendiola, that talked to us from this profession of law, the representation of victims in the case of Lucia, from the direct participation in the mechanism of protection to victims, and with all due respect, without minimizing anything, how nothing works or how it stopped working according to the interests of one attorney or the next attorney or a governmental agency or other agency, and how this whole weaving, I am not going to question the intention of these institutions because these are efforts from the civil society in Mexico, also supported from civil societies at an international level like this one. I will not question the origin or the intention. What I am questioning is what they have turned into and what they're doing or what they're not doing for the families, for the victims, and for the future generation of journalists that continue to work in these really hard conditions. We have heard from Patricia, Tremoris, Felix, Norma, journalists that are still working, that have not abandoned the desire to communicate and investigate and being cohesive and being committed to the Mexican society. And without question, this must change. We should try and help change this situation. I believe someone from the judge panel was telling me yesterday, it is time. It is time. There is this anger around us, and something is going to happen. I would love for this tribunal not to be the precursor, because it would be too ambitious, because it is restrictive, but maybe for this tribunal to contribute to this process. Something has to happen. This cycle of anger, of violence, of pain, that is really close to being this wound that is going to be infected for decades in Mexico, at least to end with these formal attempts. Maybe it is going to be hard, but hopefully we will have effective efforts in order to end this violence. We have heard, and I think it's our responsibility of all of us to do something, and I think that we owe this to Jasmine, to Miguel Ángel López. We have heard from Priscila Pacheco and all of the people who are directly affected as families that were destroyed, and they are trying to survive and rebuild their lives from pain. And that is a mark that will stay there forever. So I think that it is in the hands of this accusation and in the hands of this judge panel, and I know that they will take it very seriously to create a strong determination and as strong as the pain that has been suffered and that Mexico continues to suffer, especially Mexican journalists. And we have to do that exercise. We have to exercise this responsibility. Thank you very much, everyone, for being a part of this effort that was so hard for each one of us. Thank you. Okay, now we will continue with. Okay, so one of the judges would like to participate before closing. I don't know if someone would like to say something. I don't know if you have any other thing to say. The judges, do you want to share something? We cannot hear you, you're muted. We can't hear you. I don't know if you're muted.
We cannot hear you. Can you?
We can't hear you. I don't know if you're muted or if there is something wrong with the audio, because we cannot hear you.
No, so if we can go to another judge just for waiting for her to fix it. No sé si podemos pasar.
Can we maybe hear from another judge in the meantime? Anyone else who has another opinion? Well, we can fix this microphone issue.
So maybe, por favor, Philip.
I can speak. We said that Helen would be speaking, but if we cannot hear her, maybe I can say something. Is that okay?
Sí, ¿les parece bien, Jenny?
If that's okay, Jenny, it could be him. Okay, Philip. Philip is going to go first. Okay. So really, really brief. Just linking the end of these 2 days. First of all, on behalf of the tribunal and on my own behalf, I want to thank to all of the witnesses. I want to thank all of the journalists that we heard from for their courage, for their presence, for their resistance, in spite of everything that they have suffered during these 10, 15, 20 years. And we have heard for these 2 days, in these couple of days, these tales, these horror tales about threats and attacks against journalists, murders of journalists. And we knew the situation in Mexico, and we read about it, and we studied it before. But today, what we hear today, in these couple of days, it's just dramatic. Both from the journalists and the human rights advocates, the current situation in these last few years is really dramatic in Mexico. We were able to measure the depth and the severity of the situation. And we also realized, and we knew this, but this was confirmed in these 2 days, that there was this almost absolute impunity of the direct and indirect victims, and either other people who were indirectly involved or directly involved in the cases. And this is outraging. 95% of impunity. I think that's outraging. And these 10, 15, 20 years have cases that have not been solved. The last example that we heard from, these evening, the case of Milo Vera, after so many years, after 11 years, the investigation has not progressed, and you don't see any possibility for it to advance. I don't know if there is this lack of political willingness or a mix of corruption or collusion, maybe, but it is really sad seeing that justice is not capable of appearing in all these cases. But just to close with on an optimistic note, facing all of these scandals that we heard about, we also saw victims and journalists who are standing, who are resisting, and they are individually resisting and collectively resisting. And I saw the behavior of many of you, and I saw this solidarity 100%. I see that all of you are helping each other, and you will continue to fight, and you will continue to struggle for the truth. As the Permanent Tribunal of the Peoples, we also want to state that we are here to help you as well, and we are here to support you. We will support your everyday struggle. We have learned so much in these couple of days, and we can assure you that we will continue to learn. This tribunal shouldn't have to fight. It should be dependent, but as a formal magistrate, because I was a judge in my country for 4 years also. Justice is also this permanent struggle, this everyday struggle. So we can ensure that we will continue to fight before issuing our sentence in a week or two, not only the case in Mexico, but other cases in Syria and Sri Lanka. I am sure that this hope that I have is for this sentence and these everyday actions to be useful to help you in this fight every single day. Thank you. Thank you very much, Judge Philippe Teixeira, for his words. And now we will go with Helen. Yes, we can hear you now.
Thank you. I'm sorry for that problem. I just wanted to say a few words on behalf of the judges who have unfortunately been so far away from you in space and in time during these 2 days. This has been a very moving 2 days. We wish, of course, that we had been with you, and it's not so easy to try to grasp everything when we're so far away. I'm speaking also, I think Simona is in Europe, and we have Kalpana in India, I am in Cambodia, and Gil is in Australia. Do I stop now?
Yes, please, I are going to translate your message. Just 1 minute.
We are ready for the translation. Would you mind repeating again? Sorry?
Okay.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm. That's okay. I would like to make a few words at the very end on behalf of those of us who were not able to be with you in Mexico City these 2 days. We have been in many parts of the world, from the Simona from the PPT in Italy, from Kalpana in India, myself in Cambodia, and Gil all the way in Australia. We have been far away in space and in time. In addition, of course, there are those who have been in the Americas who are also unable to be there. So we have been watching closely, listening from afar. And of course, it's not the same as being with you, but we appreciate the possibility that we have been there. For 2 days, I think we started with really riveting and striking testimony from Annabel Hernandez. And also, she painted what was called a dark image. I think our president mentioned it, a dark image, and that's what started the testimony. And we finished with Balbina Flores giving such a graphic and moving account of the day-to-day work of working with the victims and seeking justice and information. And in between, I would like to just say a couple of words about some testimony of those who lost their loved ones. So from, of course, Yasmin and Miguel Ángel, who spoke so movingly, Griselda Triana and Priscilla Pacheco, who had the strength to speak to us about very, very difficult moments in their life and how this is affecting them today. And I would like to finish by referring in particular to the testimony from Felix Marquez and the Vestigios project that he introduced to us. I found this particularly relevant to me here in Cambodia because I understand, and we understand, the importance of the treasure of small objects that were of significance and meaning to somebody who has gone and has been killed. And we too are collecting a piece of clothing, a shoe, a tin bowl, a spoon, a photo, a watch. These things have great meaning. So I think this is also one way in which we can remember those who have been taken away from us and give us inspiration to continue in the work that Philippe has outlined as to what that needs to be done, and the prosecutor. And we will indeed be standing in solidarity with you in the future. I'm sorry it's been difficult because I'm getting my echo of my words all the time and it's difficult to speak. But just to speak on behalf of those of us not in the room, but with you in spirit, and we'll be working in the next few months on the judgment coming from the Tribunal. I forgot to mention Eduardo, Maria Rosaria, and Nello also when I was thinking first about the ones that were further away. But we have all been with you, and thank you so much. Thank you to the interpreters and to the organizing partners for bringing this very, very important hearing to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your intervention, Madam Judge. Now we have the final intervention, the closing, by the President, Gianni Tognoni. I believe that we all agree upon saying things. We definitely agree with what the president of the People's Permanent Tribunal on the murder of journalists, have said. This is a tool in the hands, at the disposal of the peoples. In spite of the distance, in spite of the time difference, we can all do this job to access justice. We keep doing our work with other tribunals, and we hope that effectively this first meeting of the tribunal with the journalists will be in favor of them, in favor of freedom of speech. We want the guild to know that the struggle of journalists to guarantee freedom of speech is essential. States definitely prefer their own versions of the facts, and they leave to the people the great responsibility of telling the truth. Thank you very much once again. See you very soon.
If I may, I should just remind you that the closing of this whole process is going to be on June 20th with a parallel event in The Hague, in the Netherlands, where we are going to have other encounters, and also in Veracruz. And we believe it is very relevant to mention this and announce that we will have this parallel closing in The Hague and in Veracruz. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Gianni and Marina. And now we will invite the Dean of the University of Xochimilco, Dr. Francisco Javier Soria, as a honored guest to give us some closing words for this two-day journey, and also the director of the Division of Social Sciences and Humanities. Well, the whole jury panel wanted to also read the names of the 8 journalists that were murdered this year: Armando Linares, José Luis Gamboa Arenas, Margarito Esquivel Martínez, Lourdes Maldonado, Roberto Toledo, Eber López, Jorge Cameros Azueta, and Juan Carlos Muñiz. It's for them. This is for them. And the over 150 journalists who were murdered and over 30 people disappeared. For them, we want justice. ¿Conoces a Angie Santillano? ¿Conoces a Angie Santillano? ¿No sientes que se parece a ella?
Para nosotros ha sido un enorme placer, muchísimo gusto recibir al Tribunal de los Pueblos para analizar estos casos en México. Como decía Almudena en su intervención, ahora toca a todos. La Universidad Autónoma Metropolitana, la División de Ciencias Sociales y Humanidades de la Unidad Xochimilco, que tiene una larga tradición de trabajo en el campo de la formación de periodistas, de investigación y de intervención en favor del ejercicio de la libertad de expresión y de pensamiento, agradece que hayan aceptado estar con nosotros y, por supuesto, cuenten primero con nuestra solidaridad, que está dada siempre, pero también con nuestro trabajo, porque sí, nos toca a todos y la Universidad Autónoma Metropolitana está con el Tribunal de los Pueblos en esta gran tarea. Muchísimas gracias a todas y todos. Doctor
Soria. ¿Qué tal? Muy buenas tardes a todas, a todos. Yo,
on behalf of the Metropolitan University of Xochimilco and the Department of Social Sciences and Humanities, I must say that it has been a privilege and an honor to sponsor this tribunal in order to reflect, report, communicate about this problem that involves the whole world, and particularly here in our country. As we know, this year this has gotten even harder, this violence against journalists. So I believe that this must be addressed by society as a whole, but this is a university space, and that's why I'm celebrating that you accepted to carry out this event in our study place. And it is something that concerns us as a society. Today, this morning, we had another event that has to do with lithium, the fight for lithium, where one of our academics and a journalist Ledesma, and Dr. Violeta Núñez were threatened. They were threatened with their lives when they published an article about lithium. And that's how it starts, with threats, and then it goes all the way to the hardest scenario, that is death, the death of people. So I think that it is not only appropriate, but I celebrate for that this is said, and this is said out loud and clearly. And we are here to help you, because this affects journalists, of course, but it also affects the academia and society as a whole. So congratulations, and well, on June 20th in Veracruz and in the Netherlands, we will carry out this tribunal. So congratulations, everyone, and thank you very much for being here with us today. Within this framework, this house of time, we really love it. It is a house open to time. This is the house of time, and hopefully it is a time for justice for journalists. Thank you very much, and good evening. Thank you, Professor Primavera Telles. She has been one of the main engines for this to be carried out. Thank you, Primavera. Thank you very much, and we are closing this session. Thank you to the tribunal. Thank you very much.
Justicia, 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 justicia.